Hold on, I gotta run it one more time. What? Sorry, hold on. Hold on. Forgot to put the pants on again. No, not quite. I forgot it actually would idle this long, so we're good. Welcome to the stream, everyone. I hope you're all having a wonderful day, morning, afternoon, evening, whatever time it is, wherever you are in the world. I forgot to turn the fucking light on. And thank you for being here. No screen, by the way. I know. Trust me. I see it before you guys do. I see it before you guys do. My camera's just fucked. I'm like trying to unfuck it. Hold on. I'm trying to unfuck it. It's true. It's fucked. It's fucked. I don't even know what the fuck is happening. Come on. Come on. You can do it. There we go. Anyway, it's still fucking turned. God damn it, dude. You should never ever do this stuff right before a stream. There we go. Maybe need to refuck it? Maybe just in the right direction. Anyways, thanks for being here, everybody. Hope you're all having a wonderful day, morning, afternoon, evening, whatever time it is, wherever you are in the world. I'm going to be starting my streams earlier from now on, by the way. I think that's going to need to happen. I don't know if it's going to be from now on, like if I'm going to start tomorrow, but I'm probably going to start like 2 hours earlier. And I also need to... I'm going to have to discuss raid times with my raid team. Because I can't be busy from 10 in the morning until 8 p.m. at night. I don't think that's really going to fly. But we'll figure it out. Let's take some time. Will you be reacting to the Zaxxas video today? Sure. Fuck it, why not? What's up, Nathan? Welcome, everybody. What's up, Lorna? What's up, Martarita? What's up, Shinzai? What's up, Daryl? What's up, Sailor? What's up, Skiz? What's up, Marona? What's up, John? What's up, Grass? What's up, Fargaze? Hello, what's up, Nanya Muff? Thanks for the 33-month resub. What's up, Denmaku? Friday, huzzah! It is Friday. What's up, Kelsu? I'm good, thanks. How are you? What's up, Taz? Lay Weaver, hello. Yo, Nathan, thanks for gifting 5 subs. What the fuck? What the fuck? Finally, some good raid times. Yeah, I'm going to have to poll it, man. I'm going to have to poll it. It's going to feel real bad if the people that I recruited can't make the raid times. It's going to be rough. It might be worth trying to finish this tier and then switching raid times for next tier. But it's something that's got to be discussed, I think, at this point. Because raiding until 8 p.m. is rough. It's rough. Zax's video is pretty good. I had to give it a like. It's a good idea. It's good. If you like a video, you should like it. You should leave a like on it. That's a good play. That's what it's there for. The Zax's fit is awesome. It's a banger. They usually are. They normally they are. Yeah, let me tell you what though, these League of Legends reaction videos that I put on my YouTube channel these last 2 days, they're not doing so hot. I'm not thrilled about that. Not thrilled about that. I have several more coming out over the next week, and I hope those do all right. But I'm worried that the League of Legends little hype phase is fucking dead, and that there's some of you that care and you want to see it, but I don't know, man. I don't know about the vast majority. There's a lot of people that were watching that stuff initially, but people don't seem too interested now. It was also kind of during like a more popular time for League. I think Worlds was coming up or whatever. But anyway, enough about that. There's some different reaction video react things in this react channel. Let me see. There's like this one. I don't know what this is. Ain't cool as me. I don't know what this is. 19 seconds. It's like fucking nothing. What the fuck am I watching? Okay, that's it. Maybe it's like a teaser. That was the whole thing. Is it like a teaser? Some people were waiting for the next Goblin track to drop. Here you go. Cool as me.
That feeling when you check your bank account
Wow.
and your paycheck's days away. And of course, your calendar's
This is from 3 years ago.
I know the trade. What you know about my drip, mama? Wardrobe just fit pops, mama. I keep shooting hits on targets like a gunner. Keep a track of the pros like a runner, yeah.
Okay, so this is like a completely unrelated song. So anyway, so that was the thing. All right. Okay. So we had this Platinum WoW video, Warcraft's Peak Edgelord Fantasy. What an opener. Yeah, that was something, wasn't it? 25 minutes, bro. Can motherfuckers make shorter videos, dude? How long is this Axis video, huh? 26 minutes, dog. What the fuck, man? Come on, man. How long is this Ian Hazakosis interview? 46 minutes! Oh my god. What the fuck? What the fuck? Holy shit. Keep cranking the time lengths up, dude. They just get longer and longer. Zax's thumbnails are undefeated, bro. It's actually insane. I just don't have... The contrast that he does is so good. The blue and the golds and the red and the... Dude, it's so good. And another one starting soon. Yeah, true. We got to get through this shit. Let me see this Warcraft's Peak Edgelord Fantasy. Pyro, where'd you get that desktop background? I got it from Wallpaper Engine. I just typed in like solar system.
During the Legion expansion, every hero on Azeroth banded together to fight back against the demonic invasion. But for Death Knights, they were able to revel in their edgelord class fantasy and play the anti-hero in this expansion.
They had the option to kill a bunch of
antagonize
dragons.
A whole bunch of other factions in the process.
Yeah, Bolvar was acting fucking weird at the time. The Lich King was it was not a good look. You guys remember that shit? He's like, go to the Ruby Sanctum and just fucking annihilate all the dragons. If you want to. And you're like, what? Like, you okay there, Bolvar? Like, we could talk about this. Yo, Solit, thanks for the 24-month reset, by the way. 2 years. Appreciate that.
But before we dive into that, let's talk about the sponsor of today's video, Displate. Displates are officially licensed, high-quality seconds. They have tons of Warcraft-branded displates, but there are thousands of other designs to browse on their site. And you can click the link in the description or use code
DK class all quests
at
are straight unhinged
to get up to 33% off of your first displate. That's right, 33%
Hell yeah, dude.
if you click the link in the description or use code PLATINUM. Thank you, Displate, for sponsoring this video. Now let's get back to it. After the defeat of Arthas Menethil atop the Frozen Throne at the end of the Wrath of the Lich King, the fate of the Scourge was in question. Without a Lich King, the uncontrolled undead forces would be an even bigger threat to the denizens of Azeroth. So in a last act of service to his people, Bolvar Fordragon donned the Helm of Domination and became the jailer of the damned.
Yeah, that was definitely a good thing, by the way. Tell them only that the Lich King is dead. Like, pretty sure he said some shit like that. By the way, the Yogg Saron theme was like playing in the background during this cinematic when Bolvar put the helmet on. I can't believe that we took a vessel of domination and just straight put it on someone else. Like, looking back in hindsight, isn't that kind of fucking insane? We were like, yeah, I mean, there being a Lich King forever totally makes sense. Yeah, that's reasonable. There should just always be one. I mean, logically, that checks the fuck out. No, it doesn't. What the fuck? This rampaging scourge, you mean the mindless scourge who won't have anything like telling them where to go and organizing them anymore? Should be pretty easy to defeat them. It doesn't even make any fucking sense.
Holding the aggressive scourge at bay through sheer willpower alone. The new Lich King and his scourge remain dormant for some years until the Third Legion.
Why not just have them destroy themselves? Why not use your power over them to destroy them? You know what I'm saying? Like, why not make a big fiery pit and will them all to walk into it? You know what I'm saying? You could easily get rid of the scourge if you had good intentions, but the problem is that motherfucker got dominated, bro. At least he did eventually. You're using his willpower to stave off the jailer, but I think in the Sylvanas cinematic, the jailer gets like full control again, which I think is probably why he turns blue.
Asian. Now the Lich King's
Which, by the way, another orange and yellow fiery guy stuck to a throne, by the way. That makes 3 of them at this point. Bolvar, Odin, and Sargeras, okay? And what are the chances that one or more of the other 2 end up getting dominated as well? Well, pretty fucking high, I think.
Once more, speaking directly to the player character Death Knight, and orders them to put their necromantic powers to use.
The greatest heroes on Azeroth have gathered to face the Burning Legion. But heroes alone will not save this world. Salvation will come at a price the living cannot pay. The time of the 4 horsemen has come.
Like, why does he sound like that, bro? What's up, Dano? Why does he sound like that? It's not a good look. Yo, what's up, Dako?
And you
First life been told.
about their return.
Bound by that throne.
Nazgrim, the fallen general of the Horde, shall be the firstborn. Go now and see that it is done.
Trolls! Falls! They're everywhere! Stand your ground, brothers! Lokaro Gar! For honor and for the Horde!
Sergeant Nazgrim is a character that was first introduced in Wrath of the Lich King at Conquest Hold. Then during the Cataclysm, he was promoted to Legionnaire and plays a major role in the Horde questing experience.
I'm good, John. I'm good, thanks.
Then in Mist of Pandaria, he's promoted to General and is leading the fight against the Alliance in the Jade Forest.
Ha-ha! That's right! Show them Hellscream's fury!
As the expansion continued, General Nazgrim would remain fiercely loyal to the Mad War Chief Garrosh Hellscream. And during the siege of
All he knew was duty and service. Even if Nazgrim knew what Garrosh was doing was wrong, he was a company man, they would call him. He was willing to serve till the very end.
From our raid, players must face the general who is
Pretty good applicant for one of the 4 horsemen.
bound by duty.
You know, now that I think about it, the other choices aren't so bad either when you look at it that way. Like Sally Whitemane's another one that's like that.
In honor to fight in the name of the Horde, a sentiment that he held till his dying breath.
Straight to the maw with you.
Nazgrim, Fist of the War Chief, and General of the Horde Army.
I can't turn this up any louder, by the way, so I hope this is loud enough.
If I must die today, I will die with honor in battle.
Yeah, he was a good soldier.
I die with honor. Lokar Ogar.
Now, as the Legion threatens this world, Nazgrim has been chosen to be the first in
This
this
is
new
so
era of
goofy
horsemen.
looking.
Darian Mograine,
That's funny.
founder of the Knights of the Ebon Blade, is unsure if raising a slain champion of the Horde is really even a good idea.
The 4 horsemen. I have my reservations, but I will obey your will, Death Lord. The Horde will be outraged, but Nazgrim will make a powerful Death Knight.
It is time, my lord. Do what must be done.
Yikes.
Nazgrim, your Death Lord calls. Feel the icy grip of your master and rise once more.
Oh, also today I'm gonna do the Paladin class order hall quest line because I need to do it to unlock the horsey, but I want to see it anyway.
I live again. How long has it been since I tasted death?
A couple years.
Long enough, my friend. The Burning Legion has returned, and you have been called to the battle.
Where do you think Nazgrim would have went on the other side? You think he would have went to Maldraxxus? I was thinking Maldraxxus. They're all about war and war. He was pretty proud. I think he probably would have went to Maldraxxus. He'd have made a good general there, I think.
Say no more. I will sever their heads from their bodies.
Indeed you shall, General. Indeed you shall.
Is this actual dialogue pulled from the game? Is that literally actually what he says as soon as he gets resurrected?
I will sever their heads from their bodies.
Jesus Christ. It seems a little bit different than the original General Nazgrim. Maybe I'm wrong, but
Indeed you shall, General. Indeed you shall.
did he not go to the Shadowlands? Wouldn't we have pulled him out? Unless his spirit was like tied here for some reason, we would have pulled him back from the other side, I think. But at this point, remember, this is Legion. The way that Shadowlands was like structured, I don't know if it was like that originally. I mean, I don't think it was. The way that Dave Kosak kind of talked about it to me, it was a place that was it sounds like it wasn't really like fully formed yet. They didn't really know.
Nazgrim is the first member of this new era of horsemen. But we don't have any horses for a horseman, so I guess Nazgrim is just... man. We'll get a hold of those later. Right now, the Lich King is thundering in the player's head once again, commanding them to
No
raise
horse,
the
just
next
man.
champion to serve his will.
Oh, I think this is quiet because I think I might have adjusted. Yeah, my Firefox is turned down. Okay, here, this is probably going to be a lot louder.
Time of the second horseman has come, Death Lord. Upon the cliffs of Erethdor stands the fallen kingdom of Stromgarde. It is there that you will find the tomb of Thor's Trollbane, the great warrior king. His strength in battle was without rival, and he shall be even more powerful in undeath.
It's so fucking weird because we like commune with spirits of the dead in many different ways in this game. But it's like, why would the spirit of Trollbane still be here? It's like either their gravesite acts as a conduit through which we can pull them from the Shadowlands, or their spirit never went anywhere. Like, what the fuck? I'm like kind of confused about the mechanism here. Are you planning to apply to the League Partnership Program now that Riot is bringing it back? Of course. Gravestones actually having a tethering magic to them would be awesome. I mean, I could see it because what do we often find around gravestones and gravesites? Spirit healers, right? And didn't we learn in not that it's surprising, but didn't we learn in Predacia that like there's like a blend of different energies at those sites? Like death and void energy coalescing together at those sites where we get rezzed by spirit healers. So gravesites, gravestones, spirit healers all kind of coming together to create kind of a metaphysical connection across the barrier, across the veil would be fucking sick, dude. That'd be really cool. Plus, like, you could even go in terms of like, this is like something crafted specifically for them. They're almost bound to it in a way. Like, and if especially if their body is interred there, I could see that as well. The connections between mind, body, and soul, things like that. Yeah, that'd be very interesting. In Stormheim, we kind of see spirits clinging to their gravesites for sure. That's very true. Quite a few Vrykul, usually cursed or restless for whatever reason. That's right. That's right. Well, I've always assumed that wandering spirits, revenants, banshees, that type of stuff are the result of a very traumatic death, right? That's like one of the things that they say about some spirits in general. Is that like they stick around because they're so scarred, or they're like anchored here due to some unresolved thing or trauma or whatever. So I can understand it for some of them who died in like very horrific ways. But then there's like, yeah, like, I mean, Uther died in a pretty fucked up way, but you see Uther's spirit as well, which also doesn't really make sense because the gold half of, unless he's communicating to us from Bastion, the gold half of Uther's spirit, or gold portion, is the one that goes to Bastion, the one that becomes super vengeful and angry. Shocker. It's always the golden half. Same with Sylvanas. And the blue part gets pulled into the Mornblade Frostmourne and taken into Torghast. So I'm like kind of sitting there like, how the fuck are we communicating with any part of Uther, considering that both of his spirit fragments would have been accounted for? Uther was killed by Frostmourne, I thought. Was he released after Wrath? You have to understand, I think you might have missed some Shadowlands lore. Uther wasn't just killed by Frostmourne. Like almost everyone else who was killed by Frostmourne, his soul was split as well. So he had a gold fragment and a blue fragment. And it's ironic because Bluther, who we interact with in Bastion, that's the golden fragment of Uther's soul. The blue part got sucked into the sword, and that was taken by the jailer and put into Torghast. Same with Sylvanas. The blue part, the ranger general part, that Zoval grabs and throws at her, that's the blue part, and the banshee is the golden part. So the thing is that both of Uther's fragments can be accounted for. So I don't know how we commune. It would make sense because I think the image of Uther that we saw, was golden, but you could also, the thing is that it's not, souls and spirits aren't just like, this is the soul and spirit and that's it. You can also have echoes, you can have memories, you can have like leftover spiritual residue, if you will. So like, for instance, when Anduin breaks free from domination by splitting Shalator and Elamane, that image of Saurfang and Varian that he sees, I don't think is literally their souls. I think it's more like an imprint or like an echo or like a manifestation of them because they both wielded and both split Shalator. They both did. Saurfang and Varian did that. So, and Varian himself literally had his soul split at one point into two. He became two different people. Like, it was fucking crazy, actually. So yeah, I think it's more of like an imprint of their soul, not literally them. So I think that's what I think that's probably what we're communing with when we speak to Uther's spirit. A memory manifested, right? Spirits in WoW have a blue hue. Well, not all of them. It depends on the individual who died. Some spirits are purple. Some spirits are gold. Some spirits are white. They're not all blue. Yeah, Dilocracy. That might be right. Yeah. Anyway.
Thoris Trollbane was one of the greatest kings this world has known. The Alliance will not be pleased. Nevertheless, your will be done, Deathlord. The Ebon Blade will be honored to bring King Thoris into our fold.
Before this quest, Thoris Trollbane was never featured in World of Warcraft.
Yep.
Because he was dead. Trollbane was the former ruler of the Kingdom of Stromgarde, wielder of the mighty blade troll Kalar, the family sword used during the Troll Wars. After the Second War, King Thoras Trollbane withdrew his support from the Alliance, and then during the Third War, his son Galen killed him and assumed the throne. Shortly after, the kingdom was sieged by syndicate thugs and Boulder Fist ogres. His son kept the tradition of being super indecisive with his allegiances and rejoined the Alliance to save his kingdom. Then he was killed by Horde players, then raised as an undead by Forsaken Apothecaries in Cataclysm, and then has Horde players retrieve his family's sword. Then in Legion, he revokes his loyalty to the Forsaken and declares himself the ruler of Stromgarde as an independent nation. This is where the Death Knights come in. And if they plan to raise Thoras Trollbane, they're going to need Troll Kalar and use it as a key to open his tomb. Players make a deal with Galen to clear out some of the Witherbark trolls.
Bro, Galen is such a piece of shit, dude. Imagine assassinating your father to usurp the power of the kingdom from him after he withdrew from the Alliance, only to join the Alliance again, end up being killed, raised from the dead, and then allowing the Death Knight forces to show up and raise your father after that as well. Holy shit, dude. Holy shit.
For the weapon.
That's just gotta be one of the worst guys in the whole lore, dude. Oh my
meet
god.
Galen in the throne room for their reward.
It seems your Death Lord has finally arrived.
You should watch your tone, Galen.
Stromgarde is mine at last.
Oh.
You are fools if you think I'll let my father have it back.
Oh, okay.
Guards!
Okay. I haven't played through this, so I didn't know he betrayed you. Go figure. But he doesn't want to let his father have it back. So, yeah, I don't know what's worse, that or raising him into undeath. Probably raising him into undeath.
Seize them!
Yo, Buzzbarn, thanks for subbing for a year.
Treachery! I will bury my axe in the coward's skull!
My patience has worn thin as well.
The fucking contrast. I will bury my axe in the coward's skull! My patience is worn thin as well. Like, dude, oh my god. I feel like this Nazgrim is a little bit edgier than the one that we killed. I feel like it's kind of like what happened to those elves that were raised into undeath at Teldrassil. There's something, now that was a little bit different circumstances, but there's something a little off about Nazgrim. He's very angry. Yeah. I think a lot of these DKs, they tend to be vengeful and angry, and like, it's like they're out of balance, which makes sense because their soul was literally plucked from their body.
Prince, and be done with this.
And then reattached. It's insane.
Players then chase after Galen Trollbane and kill the traitorous prince and rip the prized sword from his possession.
I am the prince! How dare you!
That cannot be actual dialogue, dude. There's no way.
Kill the traitorous prince and rip the prized sword from his possession.
Troll Kalar's might. He's casting a light spell when he dies, by the way.
I am the prince! How dare you!
Thank you.
My son, where is Galen? Where is the prince who murdered his king?
Oh, that guy? We killed him in Northrend. Oh, you're still talking about your son. Gotcha. Yeah, I mean, I've never seen that before, right? By the way?
We took his life, my lord. The prince left us little choice.
What has become of Stromgarde?
It's
Death
a shithole.
and ruin. Time has not been kind to this place.
Then I have failed as both a father and a king.
Stromgarde is lost, but there is still hope for this world.
Did you fail as a father and a king, or did your son fail as a son and a prince?
If you will join us.
Oh my god, the animation.
I will do whatever it takes to preserve peace on Azeroth.
Interesting. Is that really what he says? I'll do whatever it takes to preserve peace on Azeroth? Thoras Trollbane? The fuck?
With King Trollbane raised and fighting for the Ebon Blade, we now have 2 of the 4 horsemen. But we still don't have the horses, so we just got 2 men. Okay, well, let's at least gather the saddles we need for these horses. Players send champions on mission board quests to retrieve various saddles from infamous undead horses in Azeroth's past.
The fact that you retrieve them from Dark Riders, by the way, it's like the most fucking ring wraith thing ever.
This includes the saddle of Baron Rivendare's mount in Stratholme, the saddle of the Headless Horseman's steed in the
What the fuck? Looking for more 1M UD strat mount reserved orbs RR. I don't
saddle of Baron Rivendare's
what that
mount in
means.
Stratholme, the saddle of the Headless Horseman's steed in the Scarlet Monastery, the saddle of Midnight from Ottoman the Huntsman in Karazhan, saddle of Invincible hidden beneath Icecrown, and finally we get some horse reins from the Dark Riders in
We totally aren't just the Nazgul, I swear. Yeah.
Duskwood. Then once again, the Lich King calls to the player character to raise the next member of the Horsemen.
Sally
I,
Whitemane.
Inquisitor Whitemane, was a priest whose personal tragedy forged an intense connection with the light. Her zealous power of will is necessary to strengthen the bond of the Four. Travel to the Scarlet Monastery and raise the High Inquisitor from her tomb inside the cathedral.
We need a baddie for the group, dude. We need a baddie.
Sally Whitemane is the prime example of a character whose popularity far outweighs the amount of lore that she actually has. Her story is that she's from South Shore, and her family got turned into zombies during the Third War, and she had to kill them.
Pretty fucked up.
Ever since then,
Not traumatize anybody. I mean, imagine the absolute hatred that you would garner for the plague after that happened to your family. It's so fucked up. Her popularity outthighs the lore. And yeah.
she's devoted her life to eradicating the Scourge and joined the Scarlet Crusade. Players would fight her in Classic WoW, but she wouldn't officially die until Mist of Pandaria.
She brought out the gat. She got the chopper on deck, dude. Oh my god. Oh my god.
When the Scarlet Monastery was revamped.
There are few in this world who have lived with more conviction than
Dude, Platinum WoW's sense of humor is unmatched, dude. He just has Nazgrim just hacking away at this dead body over here. It's so, like, dude, it's so fucking good.
Until Mist of Pandaria, when the Scarlet Monastery was revamped.
there are few in this world who have lived with more conviction than High Inquisitor Whitemane.
Kills undead family, then becomes a light fanatic, only to end up an undead as well. Yeah, dude. Oh, man.
Death has a way of quelling the madness of the mind. I'm sure she will serve the
As he says this, he literally shows Nazgrim just hacking this dude up.
Death has a way of quelling the madness of the mind. I'm sure she will serve the Ebon Blade without compromise.
Players and their fellow Death Knight
Quelling the madness of the mind. I don't know about that. Death has a way of quelling the madness of the mind. But what about undeath? I don't know.
show up to the Scarlet Monastery and wipe the floor with the Crusade. Lore-wise, players have raided the Scarlet Monastery
3 times.
5 times
5?
in World of Warcraft's history. Once during Classic, then during Cataclysm, then in Mist of Pandaria, this time in Legion, and most recently in Midnight.
Oh, if
so,
you're counting.
to
Okay,
make a long story
that was one
short, the Death Knights make quick work of the Crusaders in the monastery.
Are there none among the Scarlet Crusade with the strength to challenge me?
His head, dude.
Those who terrorize the innocent have no place in this world or the next.
It's crazy to have undead Death Knight Ebon Blade members showing up to exact justice upon Scarlet Crusaders, dude. It's like the most crazy turn of events. The most crazy inversion, dude. Creatures, got people literally whose power is born of the Scourge and the Lich King doing this to people whose sole purpose was to eradicate the corruption. But because of the inversion of like their morals and ideals, the Death Knights are the ones in the right, we'll say to an extent here, in this scenario. That's fucking crazy to me. What the Ebon Blade like represents in this scenario is crazy. It's just like, it's so ironic to me.
The realm of shadow offers little respite to the souls of the wicked.
Aye.
You
Aye.
defile the sanctity of this chapel with your presence. The holy light shall burn you.
No place in this world or the next. Is that what he said? Ah. Those who terrorize the innocent have no place in this world or the next. Well, they do have a place in the next one. Either Revendreth or the Maw, probably.
Aye.
You defile the sanctity of this chapel with your presence. The holy light shall burn you.
Rise up, High Inquisitor. Your Death Lord calls you back to this world.
I live? Is the anguish of death over?
The anguish of death. Dude, she for sure got taken to Revendreth. If anywhere, she for sure went to Revendreth. They were torturing the fuck out of Sally Whitemane there. She's like, shit, get me out of here, dude. Imagine you're just like a Venthyr sitting there just like tormenting the fuck out of the soul. You like look away for a second, you look back and it's just gone. What the fuck? What the fuck? Where the fuck did it go? That do you think they'd be like aware of it on the other side? They're just like, there goes another one. Like, how the fuck would that even work? She DC'd, but she just has like a disconnect icon overhead. Sally Whitemane's spear is just running in place.
We have not come to offer peace, High Inquisitor.
Why then? Why have you done this to me?
The day of reckoning is at hand. The Burning Legion has come to destroy our world.
Why is he doing the chicken dance, bro? What the fuck?
Reckoning is at hand. The Burning Legion has come to destroy our world. The Knights of the Ebon Blade have come to offer you a chance at atonement.
Atonement? I doubt that such a thing exists for me.
That's not the response that you would expect from Whitemane, right? But it sounds like maybe her anguish that she was experiencing in death. This is kind of like what Darian was saying. That like it quells their madness. It almost sounds like she's been humbled a little bit. That is one of the things I used to say in my videos when I'd speak about death all the time, was that like death has a way of like of humbling people, because like it's the end, right? Like facing death is probably the most humbling, terrifying thing for a living person, like a living thing. And it's I would assume it's like a very sobering experience that like makes you reflect upon a lot of things. So I think that's kind of what happened here. Like the way that she's like, oh, I doubt that I could seek atonement, because I think the way now that she views her actions is obviously shifted. Makes you wonder where she ended up when she died that humbled her so quickly. There are characters who do not fall into that as well, like Garrosh. Yeah, Garrosh was like, I'd fucking do it all again. Garrosh was also additionally plagued by the Shaw of Pride, though. So, like, he's at, like, another level, I think. Some people have near-death experiences and then come back different. True. For sure. Bolvar had its hands in the story. Why they said so quick, yes. That response from her is so out of left field, not gonna lie. That's how to recruit. Chicken dancing. That's right. I know it's not a DK weapon, but I feel like 4 Horsemen, Whiteman carrying Anathema would have been interesting. That would have been interesting, yeah. I wonder if she discovered the light had less to do with afterlife than she believed. Yeah, that's a curious thing. I don't know if there's any detail on like her perspective or what she experienced or like why she was changed in this way. But I think that they're hinting at it in the quest line. You know, to a degree.
Join us, and we will find out together.
Indeed we shall.
With Sally Whitemane raised in Undeath, we now have 3.
Look, I hate to say this, but like I do think that a lot of the stuff that happens in the class Order Hall quest lines it's like there's a lot of powerful callbacks to old lore, whether it's like from Classic or Cat or whatever. Like you said, we'd been interacting with the Scarlets for a long time. But I think a lot of it feels kind of fan servicey. Not that you can't have something cool and interesting and fan servicey, but it does feel like that to me a little bit. That like there's a lot of characters that they wanted to bring back and make into cool, like, and there might not be a ton of lore around their perspectives or the way that they like interact or whatever. But yeah, just like something that they thought would be cool. I feel like that's been the case for pretty much all the class Order Halls that I did anyway. Legion is kind of old lore. Not really. Not in the grand scheme of the lore. I wouldn't say that. But I'm also talking about it in the context of Legion. Like, I'm not talking about it now because it didn't just happen. I'm talking about it in the context of when it was released. Kind of like having Biff as the villain of a Back to the Future ride felt like fan service to me. Can Death Knights fall in love feel lust? Do they have feelings? They definitely have feelings. I think they just tend to lean more negative. Anger, resentment, that kind of shit. This is also pre-Shadowlands. That is true. So them changing that much in Death probably hit differently back then. Well, I mean, I'd say yes and no. I think after seeing the systems of the Shadowlands, it doesn't really seem... I mean, it makes sense to me even with that stuff in mind. Terrorburn, thanks for subbing for 58 months. God damn. DK and Major Order Hall quests were very fan servicey. That doesn't mean the stories were bad or poor, but I get what you mean. Yeah, I mean, you just said exactly what I said. And then said, but I get what you mean. Well, you said exactly what I mean. Yeah, that's what I said. They're fan servicey, but that doesn't mean it's bad. Like, you can still have one that's well written and interesting and still have it be fan servicey, yeah.
More horsemen. But again, still no horses. So we just got 2 men and 1 woman. In order to finally summon undead steeds for our horsemen, we need to do mission board quests to collect deathly essences from slain...
Oh my god, dude. I love how he's done this twice now. In order to do that, we do mission board quests. Also just highlighting how shitty and stupid mission boards were.
Characters in Warcraft's past, located in the shadow.
Essence of Hatred, red. Interesting. Darkness is more purple. Fear. I don't know if the colors really matter too much, but Undeath is green. Very interesting.
Shadowlands. Players send their champions to collect the essence of Undeath from Grand Apothecary Putris.
Putris, right. Which I think that's like where one of the retcons is. I think they ended up, what was it? Having it be a coup against Sylvanas at the hand of Varimathras. The Wrathgate, I think, was the change to it. I think that's what I found when I looked it up. What was it? I looked up who ordered the Wrathgate attack. Because I think originally it was so this is from Reddit. Officially orchestrated by Grand Apothecary Putris and the Dreadlord Varimathras, who used the opportunity to betray Sylvanas. Now, this is the AI overview, okay? Now, in 2018, Alex Rosalby claimed that Sylvanas was the true mastermind who ordered the attack and used the traitors as scapegoats. This statement sparked intense community debate, though later canonical sources like Chronicle and the Sylvanas novel maintain that she was betrayed and unaware of the specifics of the Blight deployment. So, Putris and Varimathras. But of course, fuckface Alex Afrasiabi, in his final bid to try to ruin Sylvanas as a character, of course had to make it out to be, oh yeah, she totally just did it herself and she knew. He's such a piece of shit, dude. Fuck that guy, man.
The Forsaken who betrayed Sylvanas and attacked the Horde, Alliance, and Scourge at the Wrathgate. The Essence of Fear from Grand Empress Shek'Zir, the final boss of the Heart of Fear raid. The Essence of Hatred from Dalen Proudmoore. Jaina's father who chased the Horde the Kalimdor,
These
the
make
essence
sense.
of darkness from Archmage Arugal, the mage who summoned the Worgen back on Azeroth, and finally, the most interesting essence.
Wait. Oh, Essence of Darkness. Gotcha.
The Worgen back on Azeroth. And finally, the most interesting essence. The Essence of Shadow from Soulbinder Nami. This is one of the bosses in the Auchindoun dungeon in Warlords of Draenor.
Yep, she's a betrayer. She betrays the sanctity of Auchindoun and the protection of the Draenei souls for the Legion. If I'm not mistaken.
Which is proof that even characters from alternate universes are sent to the same version of the Shadowlands when they die. And I could totally struggle to explain that right now, but the Lich King is thundering in the player's head.
I mean, yeah, I don't know. That whole concept is strange. I just like to think that alternate universes are just other worlds out there somewhere. And that it's all connected for whatever reason.
And orders them to raise the last member of the Four Horsemen.
There must be one among the Four Horsemen with the power to lead. Without a leader, there will be no unity among the Four. The time has come for the Ebon Blade to return to Light's hope.
I wonder if it's a bit of a reflection of the way that the power structure was after Zoval was imprisoned. Like, because outside of Zoval, let me think about it. You got Denathrius, you got the Winter Queen, you got Carestia, and you got the Primus. There's 4 of them. And it kind of seemed to a degree like the Primus was kind of the leader of them. I could be wrong. That's kind of the impression that I got. Then the different essences might apply to those pretty well. There are 2 women, Carestia and the Winter Queen, whereas on the Four Horsemen, it's just Sally Whitemane. But that'd be interesting if there was like a fractal there intentionally or not.
The body of the great Tyrion Fordring rests beneath
I can't believe they were actually going to go for Tyrion. That's fucking crazy.
the chapel. Go now and do what must be done.
And the light was like, nah, go fuck yourself. You're not getting this one. Not this one.
Tyrion Fordring, wielder of the Ashbringer, defender of humanity, the very man who fought Arthas at Light's Hope Chapel, which led to the Ebon Blade breaking free from his control.
The Ebon Blade is literally still making up for what we did at the Pally Order Hall in Eretor's Midnight questline.
The Paladin, who would later defeat Arthas and crown Bolvar as the new Lich King, then later die on the front lines of battle on the Broken Shore.
A lot of people did not like that. Yeah, Tyrion Fordring dying to Croesus was a choice. That was certainly a choice.
Now the Jailer of the Damned is ordering that his corpse must be forcefully taken from the Paladins and raised to serve his will in order to save Azeroth from the Legion.
Yeah, doesn't totally trustworthy. Yeah, no, we should just do that. We should do that.
Well, at least that's his excuse for such a blasphemous act.
Tyrion Fordring was one of the greatest champions this world has known. If we do this, there will be a price to pay.
Shut up, Tyrion! Stop being such a weak-willed loser! This is gonna be like so badass.
I will obey, Deathlord, but know this. Should we go through with this, there will be no turning back.
Uh-huh.
Yup, perfect personification of our character.
Interred just beyond those walls is the body of Tyrion Fordring, one of the greatest champions our world has known. The Silver Hand will not give him to us willingly. So, we will take him by force!
Players waltz into Light's Hope Chapel and sneak into the crypt in the back and summon a horde of ghouls to distract the Paladins while they claim their new horsemen.
It's so fucked up because that is those are implied to be fallen members of like the Silver Hand, dude. Like you literally raise dead people who died in service of the chapel, whether they were paladins or priests or whatever, and then use them to attack them so that you can raise their fucking most noble champion.
My lord, we're under attack. It's the Ebon Blade.
Crazy.
Tyrion's body rests below us in the Hall of Champions.
Maxwell Tyrosus just getting fucking force choked.
We will join you shortly, Death Lord.
You will not succeed, Tyrion. The light will not allow it.
Players go
He
into the
wasn't
basement
wrong.
of the chapel, recklessly killing paladins along the way.
Why is it a bunch of Draenei paladins, by the way? Bunch of Argent Sentinels. You fight Lady Liadrin, huh?
But as they reach the tomb, Lady Liadrin stands as Tyrion's last bastion of hope.
Death Knight, your actions here are an affront to all that is holy.
Uh-huh.
Turn back from this unholy mission, or be purged by the light!
I don't think so.
Such power!
Just
How can
T-posing.
this be?
Not even T-but.
You are a monster, Darian.
Without monsters, there can be no heroes.
Bar. I don't know if that really applies in this situation, Darian, but bar.
The time has come, Death Lord. Tyrion Fordring awaits.
Makes you wonder if the light was able to protect him in this way. I wonder how potent a connection to Light's Hope Chapel the light actually has. I like to think of locations, especially inundated with prayer and magical energy and spiritual energy and stuff, as places where the bridge between realms or the veil between realms is thinner. So, I don't know, just makes me wonder if Light's Hope Chapel has a more direct and powerful connection to the realm of light than other places, right? Like a forest might have a better connection to the dream, or like Ice Crown would have a stronger connection to the Shadowlands, that kind of thing. I like to think about where these realms actually converge and connect. It's one of my favorite things to think about.
At last, the four horsemen shall have their leader. What is this?
You fools. Did you really think the light would allow this?
No, I will not allow the Ebon
It's
Blade.
really interesting too, because positioning it like that makes it sound like the light itself has an intelligence or degree of like agency to it. If I were to associate it with entities, I would certainly associate it with Naru. But yeah, the way it's kind of ambiguously mentioned here is interesting, that it protects him in this way.
To fall! The Death Gate. Take it.
Dude, an Ashbringer wielding Death Knight Tyrion would be fucking insane. He'd be walking around with a corrupted Ashbringer like crazy, except we were wielding the Ashbringer at that point as paladins, so he wouldn't even be able to have it.
My lord, we must do something before it's too late.
The light has ravaged his body. There is nothing we can do for him.
Even in a lifetime of war, I have never before seen such sacrifice.
It's so weird as well to me that the light is so antithetical to undeath when the power that is made out to be the most antithetical to the light is the void. I think it's just very interesting. It's like super effective. The light's also like super effective against demons too. Turns the motherfuckers to ash. So, interesting.
Darian Mulgrain has sacrificed more for the Ebon Blade than any other. His body lays before you, broken, scarred. But death is for the living.
Sourfang just...
It has
Not Sourfang, fucking Nazgûl just dancing.
no power over the damned. Your fourth horseman lays before you, Death Lord. Command him to rise.
I wonder how much time Darian spent in the Shadowlands before we pulled him back.
Uh-huh.
This is also just kind of stupid to me because it's like, he's already undead. He's the Death Knight. So then he dies. So then we undeath him again. We just... Like, what?
The time has come to take my position as the leader of the Four Horsemen.
And like, again, just like a shift. He just comes back with that view. Like, what the fuck happened to him? I mean, same went for Nazgrim. No, it doesn't. Nazgrim was alive when we killed him. We brought him back and made him undead. Darien was already undead. But then he died and then became super undead? Like, what the fuck?
The leader of the Four Horsemen.
Excellent!
Horsemen! Our destiny is at hand!
Undead
With
plus.
Darien now leading the Four Horsemen, they can finally strike back against the Burning Legion on the Broken Shore.
Yeah, dying repeatedly and being brought back would definitely have a serious effect on the psyche.
The Burning Legion shall tremble before the power of the Four Horsemen!
After the Legion is defeated, they appear briefly in the next expansion.
Oh, look, it's the Scourge fighting against the Legion again. Just like what happened in Warcraft 3 when they turned against them.
Battle for Azeroth. Here the Horsemen acquire fallen champions so that they can be raised as Death Knights, which open the class to be playable for all of the races at that time. One of the things I love about Bolvar is, at this time, we really couldn't tell if he was still a good guy. He was fighting back the corruption of the Helm of Domination and holding back the Scourge through sheer force of will.
Well, I'm going to put it this way. Again, in the cinematic where he fights Sylvanas, I'm quite certain that the jailer gets control. And again, I don't remember if it's mentioned in a short story or any literature or something like that, but when he turns from orange to blue, that's the jailer coming through. That's why he turns blue. He's being dominated. He loses control. But then you would ask yourself, like, why would the jailer be fighting Sylvanas? I don't know. I don't know. I don't. Maybe he was testing her or something, or she wasn't supposed to. I don't know. I don't have any. I have no idea.
But his demands.
It almost seems like he gives the jailer control to get more power. I don't know, or maybe he's tapping more into the power of the helmet to wield those types of energies or something.
The player character in Legion might suggest that his morality.
Maybe the blue eyes is more when the jailer is trying to dominate him.
Is waning. There was such an interesting dynamic that was being built between the Ebon Blade, who ultimately want to be an organization that protects Azeroth, and their mysterious overlord, who's trying to do the same thing, despite...
Yeah, it kind of doesn't seem like it, though. He has you go to the Ruby Dragon Shrine or whatever, the Ruby Sanctum, and he's like, you can kill all of these dragons if you want. You're like,
the forces of evil he is resisting. The relationship between the Horsemen and the Lich King was explored in the short story.
Pyro, did you ever read the Four Horsemen short story? I'm sure I did at some point. Isn't the Lich King kind of its own entity? The Four Horsemen story suggests that. Well, the Lich King is its own entity because it has like melded psyches, but ultimately there is a grander power behind it controlling them, which is the jailer. So that's why really it's like its own entity. So you have like Bolvar, yes, and then you have the crown, which would have like the melded psyche, presumably of like fucking Arthas and Ner'zhul in it. But I think there was also a questline where we go in and we expunge those essences or whatever, and then it acts as an artifact of domination for a remote individual who's bound to it, which would be Zoval, to control the people wearing it.
We ride forth. But then
it's a remote control mechanism, the same as Sargeras' sword, I think, as it's depicted in the art of him in the magazine. But yeah,
all of Bolvar's aura was ripped from him in Shadowlands when the Helm of Domination was pried from his head and then destroyed. Now,
and look, you can literally see like the blue magic fading
when the Helm of Domination
from his eyes as it's pulled off, like the last vestiges of domination being severed away. No one ever mentions the original soul that was put in the helm in its crafting phase. The same thing would go for Frostmourne. If Mournblades are forged with the tormented souls of dead people, whose soul was used to craft Frostmourne? Was it like a fragment of Zoval? Whose soul would have been used?
From his head, and
Jeff.
and then destroyed. Now Bolvar is just bald, lame, and sad. And the horsemen help their
I didn't like Bolvar's voice in Shadowlands. It was kind of weird.
bald, lame, and sad daddy and defend Azeroth from the...
They did kind of make Bolvar look like a bit of a bitch in Shadowlands, didn't they, huh? That's unfortunate, dude. They kind of did the same thing with, like, Bane. And who else have we seen that with? Oh, they did that with Malfurion. It was kind of a thing where it's like, to this, into the Rift of Aln, I cannot go. I cannot follow you into the Rift of Aln, or this will take over me. I can't go there. And you're like, Bolvar's the same shit. Like, he's like susceptible to the power of the jailer. He's like susceptible to that power. And so he can't go into the Rift of Aln, and he can't go, and Bolvar can't like go into like Torghast. Bane was just hanging out in Oribos. It was fucking weird, man. It was fucking weird. I don't really know why they chose to do some of that stuff. I don't really understand. Made some of the characters just seem like lame, you know? Can I also have the way they nerf Malfurion is criminal.
crazed Scourge, who no longer had a leader controlling them.
Bane was planning to see his dad, but got cold feet. They should have done it, man. I think they were trying to sell how awful being tormented by the jailer is and how it affects people. I think you're probably right, but they should have done better.
But let me again rewind to this questline in Legion. I love it because it's just so indulgent. It highlights such a wide variety of Warcraft's lore, brings it into one storyline, and lets the players be a little bit naughty with their morality.
Yeah, we do that quite a lot, though, to be fair, but this is a pretty overt example of that. The Tyrion forging thing is crazy.
That being said, two of my biggest complaints is that there really isn't any exploration of each of the horsemen's feelings about their fate being raised as an undead murder machine.
At least not in the game. That may have existed in the in the short story, The Four Horsemen, but that's not something that exists as like available in the game, which is pretty lame. Pretty lame.
You would think someone like High Inquisitor Whitemane would not be so reluctantly accepting of being raised as a Death Knight.
Yeah.
Like, I get it, she doesn't really have a choice, but I just wish that there was further story explaining her character.
I would
There
agree.
also isn't much of any consequence for them stealing these slain characters from other factions.
No.
No one seems to care that Trollbane was stolen. The orcs are surprisingly chill to see Nazgrim walking around, and in Midnight, the Four Horsemen are defending Light's Hope Chapel from Scourge attacks as penance for their assault in Legion. I guess they're considering it community service for breaking into their secret order, murdering dozens of paladins, and trying to raise the hero who tragically died like a couple days earlier and turn him into a superpowered murder zombie. Now, since the War Within, the fate of the Four Horsemen has been left to Death Knight players who spec into the Riders of the Apocalypse hero talent tree, where they can summon the Four to attack their enemies. So now these lore characters have the unique circumstance of being a part of the player character's rotation. But I hope there's more to their story other than pumping out DPS numbers. The Four Horsemen are just such an interesting squad of killing machines with backgrounds that highlight the storied history of Warcraft lore.
Yeah.
And I just want to know more about them.
Yeah.
Give me a quest line, another short story, an audiobook, a podcast, hell...
Jesus Christ!
Another short story, an audiobook, a
Oh my god, dude. Holy fuck, dude. Oh my god. That is hilarious. The Four Horsemen is a fire podcast name. Fuck yeah, it is. 4 people on a podcast, though, is a lot. Jane Ass? Oh, yeah.
Podcast? Hell, I'll even take a Minecraft Let's Play.
Oh my goodness, dude. What a great video. Great video by Platinum. What else is new, though, man? Banger, dude. Yo, show some love. If you haven't already. Great video. Great video. Brought to you by Squarespace. All right. We got this other banger here. Another banger. Azeroth's doomed future is a prison. The key to our freedom is... Was just about to ask if you watch the latest access, and then he shows up in chat. Here we go.
Time is a flat circle, a serpent devouring its own tail, and Azeroth is the key to shaping the fate of the cosmos. Today we ask the questions, who are the makers of legend? What exactly did Sylvanas mean by the Shadowlands are not at all what they seem? And to echo Iridicron, haven't you questioned why the Titans preserve this timeline? Strap in as we break down how this all connects through one mind-blowingly simple concept, the bootstrap paradox. Simply put, this is a time travel paradox that occurs when an object, event, or even information becomes its own cause of origin and creates an infinite loop with that subject. But let's use an example from Warcraft canon that lays out the bootstrap paradox perfectly. In the War of the Ancients novel trilogy,
That's true.
when Crassus
we actually
and
come back to the whole fucking thing with Deathwing. That's pretty true. This happens, I think this happens technically in FF14 as well.
Travel 10,000 years into the past just before the Sundering, Crassus speaks the name Deathwing to the dragon aspects before this name had yet existed. The aspects don't yet recognize this name, but surely enough, as they witness Neltharion's fall, they too decide that Deathwing is indeed a fitting moniker. So, if Crassus originally learned that name from the aspects during his lifetime, and the aspects now learned it from Crassus, who truly invented the name?
Yeah, it's a self-repeating thing. Yeah, this is what Azem does in FF14 a lot.
Nobody? That's actually right. The very name Deathwing no longer has a natural origin in the timeline. It is a closed loop, an anomaly of the paradox, what theoretical physicists call a Jinn particle. An object or piece of information that exists in a closed time loop, having no discernible origin or creator, as it is its own cause and effect.
I almost wonder if you'd say the same thing about Murazond.
In the seamless yet inconsistent threads of time, Crassus's memory of the name Deathwing is now the only traceable source of the name.
Memory.
This bootstrap paradox will serve as the frame of reference for us to lay out one delicate way where the timeless mysteries of the first ones and the Titans...
Oh, that remade Zoval is fucking... Oh, yeah. That's nice, dude, as Arbiter.
all connect. No retcons required. Before we start, I want you to imagine this with me. If the name Deathwing can become a paradox and create a closed causal time loop, could Azeroth itself also be a Jinn particle? locked in its own eternal loop?
Yeah.
Imagine a scenario where Azeroth was made the location and power source for a sort of time machine. Wondrous tools left behind by the Makers to be repeatedly rediscovered by their earlier selves.
The Titans and the Makers. The Titans and the first ones are the same motherfuckers, dude. They're all the same.
Reignited and used to rule over time itself for an eternity. Today, we'll explore this concept beginning with the ancient titan Aman-Thul, his dictation of the one true timeline, his keeper Odin, his dragon aspect of choice, and closing with Medivh's promise to end the cycle. Nobody knows when or why the first titan awoke, but legend holds his name was Aman-Thul. We begin this enigmatic titan's journey in Chronicle Volume 1, where we learn of his lonely search for more beings like himself out there in the great dark beyond. Eventually, Aman-Thul finds more of his kind, and together these titans take sacred oaths to protect life whenever possible, setting out to nurture any remaining world souls. More recently, we learned from Arcadis that the Pantheon's mission was also fueled by the hope that they would find the Prime World Soul. And in Dragonflight, Titan Keeper Odin details another big piece of the puzzle, admitting, quote,
Mortals could not conceive of the wonders that the Makers granted to the Titans in Zereth Ordis.
To many, Odin's edict disproves that the Titans could even be the first ones.
Unless they gave them a gift to themselves. But for us today, it's a keystone. Interesting. I mean, Chris Metzen did write in the preface to Chronicle that it's all cycles within cycles. So it all just being one giant wheel turning, which is also how it's described in Shadows Rising, would make a lot of sense. The first ones and the Titans are effectively the same ones then.
But for us, today, it's a keystone. And using it, we're going to build the arch that bridges who the Makers really are.
And what he's highlighting here as well is the very name Zereth can mean keystone or cornerstone, which is really important because that could be the beginning or the end. So it's kind of the chicken or the egg scenario where it's like, was it the first thing or was it the last thing? They leave that unsolved paradox a thing on purpose. Because they're kind of hinting at like, good luck determining it, but it's both. It's the first and the last, which is funny because, again, if we go back to that Eye of the Corruptor quote from N'Zoth, an extension of N'Zoth, which I believe is referencing Azeroth in Nazjatar, it says, she is not the last, but the first. Drown her and you will see. If that is referring to Azeroth, he seems to believe she's the first, but it doesn't mean that she can't be both. A checkpoint/backup to re-originate things? Sure.
We're going to build the arch that bridges who the Makers really are, where Zereth Ordis likely is, and how Aman-Thul even acquired his wondrous power.
Where Zereth Ordis likely is? I mean, I wouldn't even be surprised if it's fucking... if it's in the world core. Or like where the world soul is.
Powers in the first place. Really quick addition for those who didn't know. Before Shadowlands and Dragonflight, the term the Makers had only ever been used in regards to the Titans. It's not until Zoval mentions them, and Odin after, that a separation is made between the two for the first time ever.
Yep.
Now back to it. For if the Makers did grant wonders to the Titans, we have to look at the greatest wonder that Aman-Thul ever wielded, his mastery over time. And by extension, the power bestowed upon his dragon aspect to preserve it. After the defeat of Galakrond, the Titans rewarded Tyr's proto-drake allies by ascending them into the dragon aspects we know, and each of them were blessed with unique powers. It is said that Amon'Thul gifted one of his many abilities, the mastery over time, to Nazdormu.
It's so funny too because it says in Chronicle when they were giving powers, I believe to the keepers. It might have been the keepers or it might have been the dragons. I don't know if I'm conflating things. But they always try to make it sound like Amon'Thul has a vast amount of powers and abilities. For all of his vast powers, he gave his mastery over time. Yeah, one of his many abilities. Like, they always make it sound like Amon'Thul has a bunch of different powers, but the only thing I've ever actually seen him wield is time and arcane magic. Interesting. Although in some of that older, like some of those older images of them where he's holding Orator, for instance, it appears to be a staff made out of light and void. So it may be that he has command over light and void as well, and how those could potentially link to time magic is another interesting thing to explore.
Saying,
"Unto you is charged the great task of keeping the purity of time. Know that there is only one true timeline, though there are those who would doubt it otherwise. You must protect it, for without the truth of time as it is meant to unfold, more will be lost than you could possibly imagine. The fabric of reality will unravel, for nothing can transpire without time."
And since that day, Nazdormu has been burdened to hold together the flow of time, as dictated by his Titan Master. But that was millennia ago, and in Cataclysm, then Dragonflight, we saw Nazdormu both lose and, more importantly, regain the sands of time.
But not from Amon'Thul, a different power that is distinct from the Titans. It makes you wonder, like, what is the difference between Amon'Thul's mastery over time and something like Azeroth's ability to manipulate it?
Receiving a second blessing from Azeroth. So I ask you, was it ever truly Amon'Thul that had the ability to charge Nazdormu with his powers over time? Or was the Prime World Soul always the true source of a borrowed power? Since Azeroth can bless Nazdormu again, what does this reveal to us about the World Soul's own wondrous power to
But again, I want to be very clear. It is a different power. They explicitly say that right after. That like I believe they say it in the cinematic actually, that it's not the same magic of the Titans. So it could be that Amon'Thul funneled that power, shaping it in a different kind of way that makes it feel different or whatever, ordering it perhaps. But it does say this is not the Titans' magic.
Shape the fate of time.
Yeah.
Could the goddess's new blessing rival Amon'Thul's charge to guard the one true timeline? And if Azeroth has always had this timeless potential, what does that tell us about the forges and machines powered by her world soul, such as the First One's Heart of Eternity, or even this infamous Zereth Ordis that Odin spoke of? In the finale of Shadowlands, the jailer found his way through Zereth Mortis and into the sepulchre of the First Ones.
Yeah, he didn't have to bind himself to anything by oath. That's a good point.
There, he took the portal to a separate, central, and different cosmic space, the Heart of Eternity. Zoval activated the machine of origination there and began to siphon the world soul of Azeroth through the Zereth network. The forges lit for his new cosmos. At the core of that mechanical wonder, we see a globe depicting Azeroth, the clear source of the machine's power, harnessed as the center point of a manifold between each of the Zereths, Zereth Ordis included. And here is where our bootstrap paradox comes full circle. I propose that the Heart of Eternity and the Zereth Realm machines of the First Ones are the Jinn particles of our equation, the wonders left behind by the Maker's ultimate victory over time. Just like Deathwing's name, the wonders of the Zereths no longer have a natural origin in the one true timeline. They exist in a closed time loop, decided long ago by the first incarnation of the Titan Pantheon, who successfully found and subjugated the Prime World Soul.
It's very possible we've talked about different incarnations of Titans before, mostly because of Argus's similarities to Galactus, who is someone from like literally the previous fucking universe. And Argus's memories, as portrayed to Illyria Windrunner, are said to predate the existence of the universe. Like, that's pretty insane. It makes it sound like just from that there's like another universe that predates the one that we exist in. Therefore, like, what we know as the universe is not the original version. We are like later in the cycle. Also, Aesir and Vanner, the universe before the loop.
To Iridikron's query, why
Maybe we beat them every time so they have a scum save to start over and just keep retrying. That would be the ultimate hilarious meta reversal of how video gaming tends to go. We, as the external party, we are the ones that do the save scum and do it over and over till we can beat the computer, right? But in this case, the computer is the one save scumming and starting over and over to beat the free-willed beings. They keep wiping. They get to the final raid boss and they can't beat it ever. It's all one big ass raid for them, which you could then be like, oh, it's a game. It's not even real.
To Iridikron's query, why do the Titans preserve this timeline? I say, because the Titans' preferred timeline, oh so guarded by the bronze dragons, is the one where they've already succeeded. And Azeroth is but the power slave for their eternal conquest.
Yeah. It's a decent use of AI. I'll give you this one.
Azeroth is but the power slave for their eternal conquest.
There's a lot of Photoshop still whenever I use it. I mean, it's pretty cool. It looks good either way. I like you have this, how there's the scarab down there too as well. Also, this looks a lot like you probably meant to do this, but that sure, yeah, that you definitely meant to do that. That looks a lot like Ulatek. What was I gonna say? It's interesting as well because it's like when we do the Time Rift event in Thaldraszus, there's other time rifts where things have happened that you would assume would pretty well correlate to the victory of the Titans. But I think there's wiggle room there to discuss like whether or not certain things have already happened. Like we go to those alternate timelines, yes, but are they all at the exact same point in time? Not necessarily. So like we could be like with Uldaroth and stuff like that, where the Titans have effectively won. And I still think that there's discussion that you can have about like why that would, like the question I guess is why would that not be their preferred timeline? The one that we can see in which they already won. However, our intrusion within those timelines might contradict that sentiment. That like since we go there and get involved in any capacity, that might alter it or lead it to where like they actually wouldn't win, but we just perceive it that way because we have a very limited understanding of what we're actually looking at. So I don't know. Yeah, it's fun to think about.
What the jailer attempted in 9.2 had already been accomplished in the name of order before the universe as we know it began.
It's possible. I mean, if they like, if the machine can be used once, how do we know it wasn't already used before? It's fucking super old and like exists seemingly outside the fabric of reality, like a thing that just fucking is out there. We don't even know where it is. We don't know actually where it is. So why not? Why couldn't they have already overwrote the cosmos with order? But then, is that really like a permanent solution, or do they have to basically create a loop that allows them to reaccomplish it over and over and over again? And in this case, we disrupted the plot to do so. Because someone asked earlier, like, would the Titans get involved if Zoval was going to win? Well, obviously not. No. Because I think it was effectively at least one of their ideas to do it. Namely Norganon or Aman'Thul. And Eonar's hands are not clean either. She's involved as well. You look at Zereth Mortis, I feel like there's pretty clear indications of that. There's also memories of the Titans in the Shadowlands. Like, you can find them and turn them in to the Primus, which is weird because they're supposed to be his memories, which means that the Primus remembers the Titans for whatever reason. Which I don't think you have to stretch your mind very hard to figure out why that would be. But the idea that this machine had already been used, they had already ordered the cosmos, they preserve it because they already won, they already did it. We're just watching the cycle repeat itself ad infinitum is a pretty fun idea. And I mean, there's some other like pretty obvious fractals as well, even as far back as the War of the Ancients, like he mentioned, with Deathwing. Like, for instance, the old gods literally corrupting the mind of Deathwing, shattering it, and then Deathwing later on taking that same, he was a dragon that was corrupted, taking that same thing, taking the madness within his mind and putting it outwards and shattering the world. Like, and then the corruption of other flights with the old god's power is another reflection of what happened to him. Like, these fractals have been repeating for a long fucking time. Dave Kosak said the Titans were winning right now, right? He would say that if we had to pick a winner on like the cosmic scale, that yeah, like the Titans would be like the winners as of right now. So like in the War of the Ancients era, Neltharion is the aspect entrusted with the earth itself, the guardian meant to be the most stable and grounded of the five. The old gods get to him anyway, not through brute force, but through whispers that exploit grief and paranoia over millennia. He doesn't fall at once. This isn't instantaneous. He hardens, isolates, and starts believing his own hoarding and secrecy is protection rather than corruption. But by the time he reveals himself as Deathwing and forges the Dragon Soul, the betrayal reads as the culmination of a slow erosion. It's not like a surprise. And then 10,000 years later, it's the exact same arc. Deathwing doesn't need new corruption, though. He's already corrupted for 10 millennia of time. But it's an expansion that brings outward what was already happening inside of him during the War of the Ancients. Instead of his psychological unraveling, it's instead a literally geological unraveling of the world. Exploding out of deep home and the world itself splitting open, similar to the way his mind did. This shattering is basically Neltharion's madness rendered as cartography, which is fucking insane. So the fractals, or the pattern repeating itself, again, as Dave Kosak said, not new. They didn't call it fractals back then when he worked on it, but it's not an accident. And instead of it just being a sequel, just look at the Twilight Dragonflight. In the War of the Ancients, it's one aspect corrupted by the old gods, right? In Cataclysm, however, Deathwing recreates the same thing at a smaller scale by making dragons from other flights into the Twilight Dragons. He's corrupted, but also has become a corruption creator, replaying similarly what was done to him on his siblings' own children, which is fucking crazy. And then Rathian makes sense when you contrast it with this. Another black dragon who's Deathwing's progeny, actively engineering his entire questline around preventing that same history from repeating. Blizzard is like explicitly flagging the pattern at that point. He's not even just a character at that point, but is the actual representation of the fractal. And the question that rises out of that is like, is the corruption of the Black Dragons inevitable? Is it just going to keep reoccurring? So, Fractal's 100 billion% an intentional thing. There's no question, especially after Zareth Mortis. It's insane. I feel like Steve the Noozer and the team were like trying to make that bold of a commentary on the actual underlying mechanism is fucking insane. Like I actually can't believe they did that. But I think they were trying to get people to see the pattern to appreciate it for what it is. And I don't think that landed with very many people.
Before the universe as we know it began. What we and the Titan's Keepers know of as the First Ones are only the remnants of memory.
I wonder if there's still a moment of soul splitting, though, where like the First Ones are whole and the Titans are divided. I still think that'd be fucking sick if the cycle started with wholeness, went to division, returned to reintegration, and a return to the whole picture. And that the cycle in and of itself carries with it the division and conflict that accompanies it. I think that'd be fucking awesome. And that would reflect, I think, that would reflect things like the Dark Crystal very well. That'd be very nice.
A legend of an infinite pattern written and drawn to ensure that the cycle endures.
Sure, what if the First Ones no longer sing the song? What happens? Can existence endure? Can it continue without the pattern repeating itself? I think that's one of the scariest questions to ask, because there's really only one way to find out. Like, is existence itself, the way in which we are able to be here, propped up on the mechanisms of that cycle? Or is the cycle just dictating that it exists in such a way that the Titans can control or prefer? And are those two things exclusive? Those two things might coincide with one another. That's like a very scary thing. It's like asking what happens when Azeroth wakes up. It's like, yeah, we might live in this cycle, but what happens if we choose to dismantle it? Do we die? Does the cosmos cease to exist? Like, or is it just the cosmos in terms of like Plato's cave? The cosmos as we know it now, we're inside the cave looking at the fucking shadow puppets on the wall, but the reality of the whole thing outside of it is much bigger, much grander, much less restricted and dictated by the intelligences that show us what they want us to see. That would be the Titans in this case. And I know that Zaxxas has drawn that correlation before as well. I've seen it in his videos.
A writhing, timeless serpent forced to devour its own tail until eternity's end.
It's fucking crazy, dude. And Eternity's End is a recurring motif in WoW. We've seen that 3 different times. We've seen that with the end of with the Warcraft 3 finale with Archimond. That cinematic is called Eternity's End. We've seen it when we're told to step forth and confront Argus. Step forth, mortals, and behold Eternity's End. It's the patch name for patch 9.2 in the Shadowlands, where we confront Zoval. Eternity's End is most certainly a recurring pattern as well. And the Timeless Serpent, you have to ask, I think, is it Azeroth basically turned into the battery for the cycle to turned into the thing that, like he said before, the power slave to literally power the endless cycle until it collapses in on itself, which is horrifying to think about.
So, where exactly is this Zereth Ordis that the Titans are said to have discovered? Well, instead of imagining a distant world, think about Azeroth as a cosmic nesting doll, with hidden, layered dimensions folded beneath the earth of the world soul, just like Harrendar.
I mean, I think you are already supposed to think of it like that with how they position things like the fucking elemental planes. I mean, Deathwing literally physically breaks out of an elemental plane and surfaces on Azeroth. That's fucking insane. Like that's crazy. So yeah, and then again, this is what I spoke about in I can't even remember which video at this point, but one of the War Within lore videos where I talked about the different layers of the world and like how, you know, they're not just like different subterranean spaces, but we could be walking into entire other like layers of reality without even realizing it. And that could go both inwards and outward from Azeroth.
Harrendar is said to be nowhere in particular, and yet evidently it is technically underground, in a mystical realm below with the roots of the world trees meeting at the central cradle and den.
And it must be physical to some degree because the roots go there, even though the roots are shown to have the ability to like bridge spiritual spaces like to the Emerald Dream. But then you can still ask, like, where the fuck actually is the Emerald Dream? Is it a parallel dimension? Is it a different layer hidden somewhere? And I think people have a hard time with this because they very much tie it too much to physical spaces, not really thinking about like metaphysical separations or phases of it, even though they occupy the same or adjacent spaces to or parallel spaces to one another. So like I think some people kind of get hung up on that like it must be physical. I walked from one area to the other, and it's like, yes, well that may be true. There could be other like factors at work that you just don't perceive.
The Emerald Dream adjacent realm of Harrendar serves as a parallel to the Heart of Eternity that we saw in Shadowlands, where the roots and trees can be likened to the separate Zereth pylons and portals around the machine.
I like that interpretation. That's pretty smart. I like that. It's like the heart of it, the very core. That's kind of veiled in this place that's nowhere in particular, but is there somewhere.
Imagination, and the now bereft cradle likened to the heart of the Zereths, powered by the Prime World Soul. This allows us to see how the First One's machinery and the Zereths aren't necessarily cosmically distant realms, but akin to Harrendar, are nearer to the source.
They're all more connected than people realize. There's some people who don't like that line of speculation because they're like, well, it makes the universe feel smaller and it condenses everything. Bro, the universe is already fucking portrayed in such a way as to be too big for the average person to fucking comprehend in a way that allows them to appreciate the fucking story. It doesn't need to be bigger. If anything, the setting does need to be fucking shrunk because it's too much for people, god damn it. At least the way that it's portrayed right now. But it makes it, yes, it makes it way bigger metaphysically. They're too, I don't know, like limited in the way that they think about it.
Protecting or imprisoning the vulnerable world soul where it slumbers, not extracting it elsewhere. Since our connection to Azeroth seems to allow us to access the First One's portals and shrines across the Shadowlands, then I'd argue that the origins and locus of the Zereth realms are also tethered to the world soul.
100%. I mean, 100%. As if it was forged using Azeroth herself. Yeah, I mean, 100%. Zereth? I don't think that's a coincidence. I mean, we're like 2 letters off literally saying Azeroth. So, not surprising. And he's showing the stonework. I love Zaxxus videos, dude. I love how much he shows without actually saying anything. It's actually a hilarious fractal of how Blizzard tells the story, too. He's showing the golden blue flex stone. Oh, he does say it. Azerite, I'm just blind. Speckling texture found across First One's stonework. Exactly. Yeah.
And the Titans discovered these hidden realms when they ordered Azeroth. This would pair well with Azeroth, not just Aman'Thul, being the source of Nozdormu's blessing as the aspect of time. And perhaps the greatest wonder granted by the Makers was truly stolen from the Prime World Soul. And ever since, the Titans and their keepers have been preserving this one true timeline. Now you might be thinking...
And we're fucking trapped in it. Thinking that we're like upholding the good thing, when it's actually like an infinitely repeating cycle that keeps us trapped and keeps our souls trapped in a reality. And then you can easily take that and pull that over to the Gnostic view of the Archons and the Demiurge. Not even remotely fucking difficult. And literally there is also a world soul in that belief set as well, tied to like the spirit of creation itself, which is like which is also like imprisoned in reality. And you have the Demiurge basically claiming that they're the creator and they're 7 archons enforcing the imprisonment of all the souls and spirits of creation inside of reality itself. Like, holy fuck, dude. That's like not even, that's not even a remotely difficult fucking connection to try to make.
The flow of time has been decided from the beginning. What could we possibly do? What's
different this time? Oh, dude. And to use the fucking cutscene between Thrall and Jaina where he literally says, why will this be any different? And for Jaina this is literally the cutscene where Jaina touches him and says, we're different this time, dude. Oh my God. Dude, I'm just gonna, I don't need to make speculation videos anymore. This fucking guy's got it, dude. Zaxxas has it unlocked, dude. I'm just gonna sit back and watch at this point.
Different this time? Well, like Jaina and Thrall said, we are. This is what Iridikron wants us to realize, because he trusts that we can actually do something about it.
And he wouldn't appeal to us exactly. Like, I can't even add anything to this because he just says it in the next sentence. Which is why he appeals to us with the question. He wouldn't even ask us if he didn't want us to think about it, and he wants us to think about it because he knows that we have an effect upon it. He's literally witnessing it firsthand.
And it's why he invites us to ask that vital question. But to wrap our heads around our role in this...
Which means that if he's willing to trust the hunger of the void, it probably also illustrates that he has a deeper understanding of the void's place in the cycle and what it does and what it's for and how to outmaneuver it. Iridikron is based because he fucking sees the fractals, bro. Guy is big brain. Guy is big fucking brain. He's going to end up on our side. He's going to end up on our side, no question.
To challenge ourselves to perceive time just as the Titans do. And that begs the question, why allow all of the tragedies? The Void, the Burning Crusade? Indeed, even the Legion and the Old Gods are just part of the price of victory.
Yep.
The sacrifice is necessary to safeguard their closed loop and forever protect life.
Yep, and I think that you could pretty easily tie that to, there's like a concept when it comes to like deities and gods, where there's like 3 different criteria, but a god can only be two out of the 3, because the third contradicts the other 2. You can't have all 3. I forget what it's called. If any of you know what I'm talking about, but it basically is that like the Titans can't be all 3. Omniscient, omnipotent, and benevolent. They can't be all 3. Right? So I think that what they choose not to be is benevolent. The Epicurean paradox. Listen to this. This is a really important concept when we're looking at deities like the Titans. The logic of the paradox proposed by Epicurus takes 3 possible characteristics of a god: omnipotence, omniscience, so complete power, knowledge, and benevolence, omnibenevolence, and pairs them together. It's postulated that in each pair, if the 2 members are true, the missing member cannot also be true, making the paradox a trilemma. It theorizes how if it is illogical for one of the characteristics to be true, then it cannot be the case that a god with all 3 exists. The pairs of the characteristics and the potential contradictions they would create consist of the following. If a god knows everything and has unlimited power, then it has knowledge of all evil and has the power to put an end to it. But if it does not end it, it is not completely benevolent. That's how I see the Titans. I think with Azeroth, they do basically have unlimited power and knowledge of everything. But they choose not to stop the evil because they're not truly benevolent. What's funny as fuck about that is what is one thing that Chronicle tries to explicitly claim the Titans are? And so maybe this is a hint that they are benevolent, but there's something that they don't know. Chronicle explicitly states that the Titans are benevolent by nature. So either that's true and they are, therefore they would be missing unlimited power, which could very well be the case, or knowledge. They cannot be all three, or it's a lie and they're just not completely benevolent. But looking at the fact that all of this evil exists, you have to assume that they either are benevolent and cannot stop it because they don't have unlimited power, or that they are not benevolent. Order nurtures them away from their nature. I like that interpretation. If a god has unlimited power and is completely good, then it has the power to extinguish evil and wants to do that. But if it doesn't do it, its knowledge of evil is limited. So it's not all-knowing. Now, this could also be that, this is the thing about the Titans, they could be all three of these fucking things. But I think based on the hints that were given, they are not shown to have unlimited power. I think Azeroth probably has that. I don't think that they do. So the likeliness that there, at least at one point, was a degree of innate benevolence, I think is actually quite fair to assert. But if they don't have all of the knowledge of the evil, they're not all-knowing. But I don't think they have the unlimited power. I think the most likely application would be this one. If a god is all-knowing, which I think they may be, Norganon is said to basically have a record of everything, and I think know basically fucking everything that there is to know, and Aman'Thul has a mastery over time, and they're benevolent, then it knows of all the evil that exists and wants to change it, which is also interesting because Chronicle says that the Titans did not have any firsthand knowledge of the Void or demons, so that might contradict this idea. But if they don't, it must be because they're not capable of changing it. So they're not omnipotent or omnipotent. They don't have the power to actually do it. Isn't it said they don't really understand the Void? It is. So if you were to use that as a disqualifying remark, that they are not all-knowing, then they can only be unlimited power and completely good, or know everything and have unlimited power. I think you can also use the fact that they have control over Azeroth to say that they have unlimited power. So I think if Chronicle is telling the truth, then they probably have unlimited power and are completely good, but don't have the knowledge of all the evil to get rid of it. Because Chronicle does say they are benevolent by nature and that they did not have firsthand knowledge of the Void or demons. However, I believe I can disprove at least one of those statements because of the remarks of a Doom Lord, which Canrith out of Ebonlock interrogates, and which reveals that they were once enslaved by the Titans to police the use of arcane magic throughout the cosmos. So it really depends, but they can't be all three. They cannot be all three. They can't have unlimited power, no matter where they're getting it from, have knowledge of everything, and be benevolent, based on this trilemma paradox, which is the Epicurean paradox. So I think this is a super important concept to keep in mind when looking at the Titans and their actions and what we're explicitly told and hinted at, what is hinted at about their behavior. And keep in mind, not all of them have to be the same. That's another fucking fun thing. What if one Titan is benevolent and has access to unlimited power, but doesn't know everything? What if one of them is benevolent and is all-knowing, but doesn't have unlimited power? What if one of them knows everything? You know what I'm saying? Like, they don't all have to be exactly the same. That's what I think is really fun about the Titans, or really any group of entities, deity, spiritual, anything at this point, is they're not all the fucking same. All the Shah aren't the same. All the Titans are probably not the same. All demons are not the same. All the old gods are not the same. How often is it that a group of things, beings, especially cosmic, are actually all universally identical. With the exception of their appearance on the seat of the Pantheon showing up as all stellar celestial beings made of like stars, they don't appear to be identical. There are differing factors between them that if there weren't, they would all be the same entity. You would not be able to distinguish between them. So again, this can apply on an individual level as well. How fucking crazy is that? How about Sargeras? Dude's benevolent, maybe. Unlimited power. Doesn't know everything, though. A Norganon knows everything, has unlimited power, is not benevolent. You know what I'm saying? Aman'Thul knows everything, is benevolent, doesn't have unlimited power. Like, there's different combos that you can take here, and then when they start working together, maybe they can make up for each other's weaknesses in some way and have unlimited power, know everything, and be, to some degree, collectively benevolent. I love this fucking shit, dude. I love this shit. This is my favorite kind of speculation. We're only halfway through this video, by the way.
A bloody toll paid by mortals for the sake of their grand design.
Yep, we're the ones that suffer. It's always the mortals. We're the ones, I mean, when the rich wage war, it's the poor who die. I mean, it's literally us. All of the suffering, all of it that we go through in the game universe, it is literally what props up the design. It's so it's horrifying.
And that's because mortals are the crux of their plan, and they can't do it without us.
Yep, 100% agree. Something I've been saying for a fucking while now, not saying that to try to take credit, but because I 100% agree that because we have the free will and the power to enact meaningful change upon systems that are otherwise static and unchanging, they have to convince us, they have to bring us into events and what, you know, storylines and stuff that result in the outcome that they want, because they can't just make it happen themselves. The difference between free will and domination to me already shows this, and I believe it's what oath binding is also hinting at, that when you willingly get involved with things, it's more powerful, generates more energy, and brings about meaningful change even in unchanging systems. Domination is forceful. It's overbearing. It's a suppression of that very concept. Therefore, it is not as powerful, and it cannot be used to accomplish all of the goals. That's why we overcame the power of the jailer. Because even though this guy wields a power that is supposed to allow him to just full-blown mind control anyone he wants, it doesn't work. And the reason is because, as Zaxxas is identifying, we have these powers that make us not, I wouldn't say completely impervious to, but resistant to, at least, the power of the suppression of will. And we have seen many instances where characters are able to break out of that, most recently Anduin Wrynn.
For example, take Lady Elisande from
Another
Legion.
great example.
As we face her in the Nighthold, she scries through the eye of Aman'Thul in an attempt to find the timeline where she wins. However, even this pillar of creation cannot show Elisande the victory she seeks, and the indomitable heroes of Azeroth vanquish the Grand Magistress again and again, and again.
Yep.
Because even Aman'Thul is not truly omniscient. He can only envision a Titan victory as long as we comply with his foresight and planning.
Yep, but when we do things that are unexpected and unpredictable, they have to adapt. They have to improvise. And lately, I would say we're doing more and more things that do not comply. And what happens when we don't comply? They don't like that very much, do they? I mean, look at what happened with the Earthen. They do not like that. One quote that is always stuck in my mind when I play Magister's Terrace. You guys know the second boss in that? Is it the second? I think it's the first boss, the robot. He says, compliance is not optional. Every fucking time I hear that boss say that, I think of the Titans. Every single time. And it's deeply ironic because if it's not optional, you're not truly complying. It's not about compliance. They want you to just comply. When you comply, you are giving up your ability to choose something else. We're just going to have to beat Algalon's ass again. We're going to have way bigger problems on our hands than Algalon.
And how do the Titans ensure such perfect compliance? Well, as they so kindly put it, ordering the cosmos.
You give up your free will when you comply.
And spoon-feeding us narratives to ensure their prized one true timeline endures.
I'm going to be honest, bro. What this has got, like, kind of inspired me to start thinking about is, like, one of the only ways, like, can we actually set Azeroth free? Or do we have to sacrifice her and allow her to live on in us in some capacity to stop this madness from continuing? Like, do we have to take away their toy? Do we have to take away their power source? And in so doing, what will happen? In so doing, she might have to go. But can something like that even go? It's just, there's so many questions around an entity or whatever she is of such a powerful, incredible magnitude of power that, like, I don't know how we would resolve such an issue. Do we literally just fight the Titans, get an empower from Azeroth, beat them, and set her free, and then what? Or do we have to, like, does she sacrifice herself, similar to like a Heidelin situation, where, like, she empowers us to defeat this all-encroaching darkness, but at the sacrifice of her own self? Like, how the fuck is that gonna work?
The timeline where Azeroth's mortal champions willingly or unknowingly aid the Pantheon in their abuse of the World Soul's power and allow the First One's cycle to continue.
And we were doing it for a long time. I really think that this began to shift primarily after one specific event. I think the fulcrum began to waver and the scales began to tip, I think, after one specific event. I think. I could be wrong, but when I look at the events up until the very final cinematic of Legion, I see us playing into their hands. But after that, I feel like I begin to see us doing that less and less. Discovering more and more, starting to break more cycles and change things that otherwise would have been static. And I feel like that single event that I'm referring to is the sword. I think that's where things really started to change. And I could be wrong about that, but if I had to pick a single event, that would be it.
Through edicts and oaths, prophecies and fates, we are bound to this subtle servitude. But Azeroth's will, and the will of her champions, is only limited by what they believe.
Fuck yeah.
And that's exactly why we are the shapers of fate. For as we learned in the Shadowlands, time and fate are so intertwined.
Indeed, they are. It all leads back to that Hogger killing a cold night back in 05 in Elwyn Forest. That's right. The Tower Tarot card is the sword for a reason. Yep. I'll be back in a couple minutes, guys. Sorry, I need to step away for a sec. Sorry.
It's gonna be a few minutes, guys. I'm so sorry. I got people delivering a appliance, and I got to take the doors off my old one. It's just gonna be a couple minutes. fucking muted, man. Leave a comment on the video in the meantime. Yeah, you should. You should. I'll just have a couple minutes, then I'm gonna have to go put these doors back on this refrigerator. Sorry, this is very unfortunate timing. It's alright though. Oh, Stormageddon, have you not seen the thing? That's what you're alluding to? For those that haven't seen the thing, this is on the PTR and BFA was, or last patch of Legion or whatever. BFA. I'd imagine it's possible that things like the Sundering had an effect as well. Maybe the Shattering too. Fuck. I'm so fucking hungry, dude. Sorry, guys. Sorry that I just like kind of did that in the middle of the fucking of the video, and then it's taken me a while. I will get back to watching this, and we'll get back on track here. I hate to derail the stream like that, but you know, sometimes duty calls. You know what I mean? So thank you guys for hanging in there. I really appreciate it, and we will be watching the Ian Hazzikostas interview as well. So please don't go anywhere. Life doesn't stop. All good. Yeah, it's been so busy. We finally get our containers delivered tomorrow, and then we have like 5 family members coming over on Sunday. Oh, yeah, the Zaxxas reaction is not done. Okay, here we go. Yo, go show some love on the Zaxxas video, for real, though. For real, though. This is just like free content. We're sitting here just fucking cannibalizing this man's video. All right? Go leave a like. That's the least we can do here. It's free. All right, guys. You guys ready to continue this shit? Yo, Scorn, thanks for the primes. I appreciate that, dog. Okay, here we go. I'm gonna smoke your shirt, bro. Do it. This is a hand tie-dyed, bro. I got this at the music festival. Shit's nice. Good quality. All right. Let's turn this fan up. I'm dying. Trying to get the wind, gale force winds in here. I'm about to summon Garuda in this bitch. All right, here we go. Here we go. Everyone shut the fuck up and listen, and then we'll talk about it.
Exactly why we are the shapers of fate. For
Oh, yeah, I was going to comment on that. She says that time moves about us in eddies and fits and that nothing is certain. And I've talked about this like one true timeline shit and like the power of free will and all that before, where it's like, it can't be predicted. Right, and that's what Ronan says at Dalaran as well. Cold logic cannot account for the power of free will, right? So like the cold logical mechanisms that shape fate and time and all this stuff, they can't account for free will. They can't do it. So it can't be predicted with the cold logic of like just timelines and stuff like that. It doesn't equate. It doesn't compute. You know, free will is an unpredictable factor. And that's why people largely associate like the murmuration paradox concept with free will also, because it can't be predicted. They use all these like mathematical probability equations and models to try to figure out how matter and energy will behave, and then sometimes it just doesn't. And you can get into the quantum side of it, sure, but I think there's also like a big focus on like it's unpredictability, it's uncertain, and it is tied in some way to free will or the expression of it. So just something to think about.
We learned in the Shadowlands, time and fate are so intertwined. This is where the Shadowlands' darker purpose becomes clear. As Odin's edicts famously state,
Life is chaos. It must be controlled.
but to control life completely, you must also control their spirits in death.
Yep.
Back in developer previews, we were told that the Shadowlands manages just one outcome of many endless threads that make up the time stream of a character. Take Garrosh Hellscream, for example. There are timelines where Garrosh is a hero, a loathing wretch, a monster, or a leader, all of which we see manifested in our Garrosh Prime at one time or another. Yet in the Shadowlands, it is our Garrosh whose soul is judged and sent to Revendreth.
The culmination of all those different threads is the soul that goes there. So that sounds like there's a degree of like souls and fragments of them exist throughout multiple timelines, but they still form the whole being. And so the different fibers still make up the rope. We just don't distinguish them. We can distinguish them from one another when interacting with them. But the fibers make the yarns and the yarns make the rope, as is being shown here. And the core being of who Garrosh is, the one that we knew, is the rope, which is constructed of all the yarn and all the fiber, all the different threads. Which is very fun because, you know, through exploring that, you can kind of realize that all the different variations of characters that we interact with at one point or another are in some degree true, representations of who they are. Like the Grom that we interact with in alternate universe Draenor, that is Grom out, you know, or an aspect of him at one point or another. You know, it's not some completely other different character, but just a different side to him, a different representation of him.
As is the case with many legacy characters we see in the Shadowlands. Among them being Thrall's mother, Draka, who is once again from our one true timeline. Denizens of the Shadowlands will say...
Yeah, this Terrorburn feels very like MCU inspired. That idea of various versions of a person being connected across a multiverse, yes, that is effectively what's being said here, in my opinion. Dreams that you have about different lives you lived are really just alternate reality versions of you, perhaps. Perhaps. Who knows how the dreaming works in the case of WoW, but yeah, I'm not yeah.
Time is not a construct of death, feigning unfamiliarity with the concept. Only they call it by another name, fate. Fates that are judged by their actions in the one true timeline, and not alternatives.
Yeah, I would say, yeah, death being fate, in reality having time, and there being virtually no distinction between them other than nomenclature. I like that.
Fate and time are inextricably linked, and the Shadowlands is reliant on
Well, maybe
both.
not exactly the same, but at least linked to one another.
Because, as proven by Elasan's struggle, if we defy time, we will define time.
Yep.
For the one true
And it's interesting because the second boss of Nighthold, the chronomatic anomaly, a manifestation of the Nightwell's power, when you first pull it, it says, "Why defy that which devours all things?" And that not only is pretty chilling, especially when you look at the model for that manifestation and compare it to some of the void entities that we've interacted with over the years, but it's also implying that in attacking it, we're defying time itself.
Timeline is not a loop that is truly preordained, but safeguarded and imposed through methods in life and in death.
Yep. And it can be dismantled as such, because it isn't truly preordained. They would just like for us to believe that it is.
And who by? Well, who else but the first ones? A name so bold it reeks of the very hubris attributed to the Titans, who are criticized for their habit of claiming they are the creators of that which they have only reforged.
Why every word within was chosen, so as it's talking about Chronicle, so as to look favorably upon the Titans. And exactly it was. It absolutely was. As that the Pantheon of Order were the architects of a flawless cosmos. How typical of their kind to claim credit for that which they did not build, but inherited. As has been well documented, the language of the Titans uses the same word for created as it does for ordered. Such blatant hubris. And this is pretty fucking hilarious because they might have literally inherited it from themselves.
Beyond harvesting anima, the Shadowlands serves a darker purpose for the sake of the timeline: isolation.
Yep.
Pure, natural, ancestral communion is a massive threat to the Maker's grand design. For if the mystics of today could speak to the oldest souls, the patterns of oppression throughout the ages would reveal themselves.
That is very well said. Damn. That is a really nice way to put that. Yup, and it's terrifying because there are realms in the Shadowlands that apparently house only one single soul, which we have compared time and again to solitary confinement. It's pretty fucking horrifying.
So Ouroboros is their calculated solution, a funnel catching threads from the loom of time and caging the dead.
Across all timelines.
Severing the living from the memory of the past. The Makers twisted time into a prison and called their wonder eternity. And that's why Zoval tried to end it, to remake the flawed design and shatter the cycle.
The only horrifying thing is that it's equally as likely that Zoval is actually perpetuating the very same cycle. Even if he doesn't realize it, because he was being dominated by the Primus. Unless the Primus truly switched sides, which he may have. The whole Crown of Wills thing might not be a ruse. It might be real. That might just actually be like the Primus switching sides and being like, yeah, fuck this domination, preordained bullshit. I'm going with free will. Because he's a master tactician, that's what they say. So if that motherfucker wants to win the war, he better side with us. Because otherwise he's getting fucking wrecked. He has no chance.
Sylvanas' novel, we read that during his aeons as the Arbiter, judging every mortal soul that funneled out of the one true timeline, Zoval realized a terrifying truth. He says to Sylvanas, quote,
"From the moment they drew their first breath until they exhaled their last, the choice was never theirs."
Mortal.
Yeah, I don't know if I really believe him, though. I feel like that's a bit of a twisted vision of the truth. Even if Zoval isn't, even if we go the whole route of, oh, it's actually Zoval doing all this stuff, even he is wrong. He seems to have lost hope or faith or never had it that they could resist it in the first place. So that's his perspective. I don't know that what Zoval is saying is true, but that's what he thinks. Yo, what's up? What that mean? Thanks for the 32-month resub.
Were, quote, fragile beings, left to the fickle whims of fate.
It's just so fucked up because the irony is that he's using this type of language to convince Sylvanas that she has no other choice, when the entire time she actually did. That's one of the most fucked up things about it. He's using it to like further isolate her, whether he believes it or not, into this type of like behavior that Sylvanas, and Sylvanas has actually known not having free will, just like Zoval has. So it's just fucked up because you have these like damaged, broken beings who have convinced themselves that there is no such thing as free will, when they may have in fact had the ability to make choices for themselves, but because of the nature of splitting souls, there's something fundamentally flawed about their ability to like comprehend the other alternatives. It's someone who's like so scarred and so traumatized by what happened to them that they continue to fall into the same trap that they were in, that they fell into in the first place, like Sylvanas, which was done entirely against her will. But because she's so traumatized, she does it again willingly. And that's even worse. That's what Anduin tries to get Sylvanas to understand in those Torghast cinematics. He's like, you wield all the power here, Sylvanas. You're trying to give me the choice that you never had. Or at least think, he didn't say this, but at least think that she never had. But you have to make your choice. And I think that was such a crucial moment, because I think for a second, Sylvanas had this flicker realizing that she had the choice, but I think she pushed it away. She like didn't want to hear that. She was so ingratiated into the jailer's plan and perspective at that point that she didn't want to accept that that was even possible. She basically, and I was like this, I was the very same way, dude. It's so funny because that's why I was like, yeah, Argus and Sargeras, like, it's the way, dude. Fucking death. And like, Sylvanas working with the jailer, it's the right plan and all that, because I had convinced myself the same thing. This cosmos is predetermined. It's already decided. So this is our only option. That's what she says to the Ranger General. There is no other way. How can you not see that? How can you not understand that? Sylvanas following the jailer seemed dumb, but their interactions were very interesting. Well, you would also say sometimes that a battered woman continuing to stay with her abuser is dumb. But there's very deeply seated like trauma and psychological reasons why people do that. That's one thing that I think that sometimes people who have never experienced that kind of trauma or abuse can't really understand. That like there's a reason why at times people stay with people who are abusive to them. And it's because the abuse can kind of break them down and make them, you know, it can change the way that they think, or make them think that they deserve it, or something like that. You know what I mean? And it's a very warped perception of reality where like from the outside, you look at it and you think like, why did she do this? Like, how could she be so blind? But you have to really understand a traumatized mind in order to get in that headspace. You know? So I feel like that's where Sylvanas was. From our perspective, yeah, it doesn't make sense. We're like, this is stupid. Why would you follow him? But that's exactly what people do to abused people in real life. And that's where a lot of like victim blaming can kind of come from. And ultimately the fact that her soul was split and sundered and she was incapable of perceiving, thinking, and feeling certain things, that's pretty bad. But did she still have a modicum of free will? I think so. But her true self was hidden beneath a veil of anguish. My League players might recognize what I'm referring to there. Your true self hides behind a veil of anguish. That's what Nightbringer Yasuo says. Or no, that's what Dawnbringer Riven says to Nightbringer Yasuo. Your true self hides beneath a veil of anguish. And that's what happened with Sylvanas. And I mean, it's even more so because we're not, Sophia, thanks for the follow. we're not just talking about someone who was like emotionally or physically or mentally abused. We're talking about someone that went beyond that. And I think the soul splitting is supposed to be like a metaphor for what people actually go through. Like it's a fantasy metaphor for like people are literally broken by these types of things. And there's a degree of reintegration of the soul, which usually is the shadow and the light learning to accept one another's, usually specifically the light learning to accept the other, that allows them to become whole again. And that's why when Sylvanas was reintegrated forcefully, she wasn't able to wake up because her soul had fallen into slumber. Her soul had fallen into that slumber, and until those two parts of herself could until those two fragments of her could reconcile with one another, she could not awaken. And that's what Uther is specifically trying to highlight in that quest line when she gets her other soul fragment back. You know? She was rightfully traumatized with her multiple dealings in death and thought only the jailer could understand. And unfortunately, I think it's whether it was Zoval or the Primus, I think that the unfortunate thing is that they knew that. And that might have been, it might not have been like, this is what's so fucked up about the Zoval storyline, in my opinion, is that this guy might have gone through the exact same thing. So it's not him necessarily even trying to manipulate her. It's literally what he thinks. It's literally what he believes. And if that's the case, that's even more fucked up. Because that just shows that this guy is also so fucked up that he developed this perspective, this belief, this desired outcome, and then put that onto other people. And used it not as a factor of manipulation on Sylvanas, but because he thought it was actually the case and like what should be done. So it's really fucked up because then it makes you think like, what the fuck happened to Zoval? And if his soul was split, if his soul was damaged like Uther's or Sylvanas's, where the fuck is the other half of it? Could be Sargeras or something like that. That'd be crazy, but there's no evidence of that whatsoever. Could be Argus, something like that. Who knows? What happened to the other part of him? I don't know. Sylvanas was mentally fucked from someone else who was mentally fucked. And not just mentally fucked, but literally down to the soul. Broken. Primus probably keeping it as a pet for later. Yikes. Imagine the Primus is the other fragment of Zoval. Could you imagine? That'd be fucking crazy. But yeah, no, I don't think there's any evidence of that. Besides the fact that, he does dominate him and their memories and shit start to blend together, but that's not really evidence that they were one and the same before, anything like that. And then you'd have to assert, like, who broke them. I would imagine it'd be the Titans, but...
He continued.
Most deny it. A few eventually accept it. But no one can escape it. Because escape has never been a part of the Maker's grand design.
He fucking says that to her? Bro, I gotta read Sylvanas. What? He fucking says that?
No one escapes the maw or any of the infinite afterlives forged to bind mortal souls.
He fucking says this?
From its conception to execution, and throughout all that has been and is, the design is gravely, cruelly, and worst of all, indifferently flawed.
That's fucking crazy that he says that. That's fucking crazy. Indifferently flawed. It's uncaring. They just don't even care.
When Zoval rebelled against this flawed design, the Pantheon of Death replaced him. As he tells Sylvanas, they took the essence of his power and fashioned a new arbiter, one without a will to defy the grand design.
Dude, this has to be a fractal for like Sargeras. There's no shot or Argus, something going on there, dude, where they were like, fuck it, you don't want to listen? You want to go against the design? We'll just fucking replace you. Maybe that's what happened to Anshe. They just took that motherfucker and they just built a new one. They were like, nah, fuck you. Fuck you. We're just gonna get a new one. No thanks. That's crazy. I can't believe those quotes. How the fuck
Together.
You know what's insane, dude? Everyone talks so much shit about Sylvanas' storyline and the fucking novel, which they haven't read, and all this other fucking bullshit. Yeah, probably Argus. And no one ever quotes that shit. This is the first time I've ever seen someone actually quote all of that. What the fuck is that? What the fuck? So not benevolent. No. And they might not be any of those things, Quantum, because they might not actually be gods.
Every soul.
They just might like to think of themselves as such.
And design.
Together, we will show every soul that both their lives and the eternity that awaits them are prisons.
Dude, that's insane! How have I not read this? How have I not? I'm so disappointed in myself.
And we will bring them true freedom.
Yeah, but then his plan is to overwrite the entire universe with domination. So that's kind of the irony of it. Is like, oh, well, by the way, I'm going to dominate everything. So when Zoval realizes he's just going to do that, she's like, nah, fuck you. So then what I don't get is like, this must be some kind of distorted view of how Zoval sees justice and freedom. But it cannot be reconciled with what he says here. That's where the Primus comes into play.
Where the jailer failed was in trying to dominate the goddess when what she needs is liberation.
Yeah, gotta set her free, not control her.
Because
it's so, and how fucked up is that, dude? He literally, it's a fractal. He literally he tries to do the same thing to Azeroth that was done to him. This is exactly what I talked about with Neltharion and Deathwing earlier. It's the exact same premise. He took the suffering that he endured, which is ironic because Sylvanas does the same thing with Forsaken and Raising the Undead. And he just does it to, he tries to do it to Azeroth instead. Instead of doing the thing that he actually needs, which is to be liberated. So he took his endured trauma and he projected it onto someone else. Holy fucking shit, dude. The cycles of trauma are insane. It's insane, dude. How do we escape it? Holy shit.
When the flow of time has been rigged from the get-go, what can one do to fix it but break time itself and start anew?
On Murazon, then I guess, yeah. The true end time, I once called this place. By then, I had not seen. I did not know. This? I think he says, this is but a blessing you simply cannot comprehend. And then when we defeat him, he says, Amenthul, or some, you know not what you have done, Amenthul, what I have seen. Murazon was driven so insane by what he saw. Nosdormu was driven so insane by what he saw that he was willing to shatter time and create the apocalypse because he thought it was better than what he saw. Isn't it convenient for the Titans that in the moment he's so close he just turns into bald Hitler and we need to stop him? I don't think it's convenient for the Titans considering it may well have been one of their plans. Namely Norganon. Again, let's not forget that at the end, we come across a Constellar in the Grand Design who says through death will come order. Capitalized. Like it's a plot to bring order. It's just another type. So again, if I had to prescribe that to one specific Titan, it would be Norganon. But sounds like Zoval. I look at Zoval wanting to dominate everyone as him seeing that the only way to 100% make sure mortals act against the Titans. Maybe, I'm not sure. I think it's still a distorted view of the truth. I don't think Zoval can really see the truth, which is why he thinks that it's the only solution. But him seeing that as the only way is what you're saying, yeah.
This is what Iridikron and our heroes are closer than ever to achieving, bringing the Titans' one true timeline to a thundering halt. and prying this world from their grasp once and for all. To quote the infinite dragon Aeonus, "The time has come to shatter this clockwork universe forever. Let us no longer be slaves of the hourglass." So, which is it? A clock or an hourglass? We'll close out with a fireside chat between Khadgar and Medivh from the story The Last Guardian that tackles just that. Upon his first arrival to Karazhan, the young apprentice Khadgar experienced visions
Oh
of
my goodness, look at that version of Khadgar. You did some work there to darken that hair, didn't you? That looks good.
experienced visions of a world with red skies, fighting orcs before he had ever even encountered them. He asks Medivh what these visions are, and their conversation takes a turn when Medivh makes a bizarre comment about the origins of Karazhan's magical potency, sharing, quote, "I'm just saying, there are places of power which for some reason or another become the seats of great power. One such location is here in the Red Ridge Mountains. Once long ago, something powerful exploded here, carving out the valley and weakening the reality around it."
Oh, and he references the fucking Norganon Hearthstone card that has Karazhan in the background. Or something that looks like Karazhan anyway. That's fucking crazy, dude. What is that card called? Secrets of Norganon. Secrets of Norganon Hearthstone card. Not every story can be told in linear fashion. It sure does look like Karazhan, doesn't it? His hand looks... Oh, I see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. He's like tapping into ley lines or something.
"And that's why you sought it out," prompted Khadgar. "The reality around it."
Weakening the reality around it. It broke down some of the veil.
"And that's why you sought it out," prompted Khadgar. "There was an explosion that created this place of magical power. You then came." Medivh shook his head, but instead said, "That's all true if you look at it in a linear fashion. But what happens if the explosion occurred because I would eventually come here, and the place needed to be ready for me?"
Now, actually, we learn about this from the Ulthalesh questline. I didn't know when making. Oh, you're talking about like what caused the Deadwind Pass stuff in the first place. I still like the idea. I mean, it's still about the... Yeah. It's still... Yeah. That's fine, though.
"Because I would eventually come here, and the place needed to be ready for me." Khadgar's face knitted. But things don't...
Who knows? Like, this fucking Norganon thing could have happened even before that, if it actually happened, you know what I mean?
Happen like that?
Yeah, I think maybe they could have been showing Karazhan in the card to illustrate, to like comment on the density of ley lines around there. Maybe Norganon's hidden knowledge or whatever it pertains to the ley lines or something like that, because that's kind of what it looks like he's doing, is tapping into them, but I don't know.
For me. Khadgar's face knitted. But things don't happen like that. "In the normal world, no, they do not," said Medivh. "But magic is the art of circumventing the normal." "But for that to happen to the area to be prepared for you," started Khadgar, "the world would have to be very different than it seems, which it truly is, after all," answered Medivh. And so Medivh begins to lay out two analogies: time as a clock and time as an hourglass.
Time, we use it, trust it, measure by it, but what is it? Medivh was smiling over the top of his cup. Time is a regular progression of instants, like sands through an hourglass, said Khadgar. Excellent analogy, said Medivh. One I was going to use myself, and then compare the hourglass with a mechanical clock. You see the difference between the two?
Two analogies: time as a clock and time as an hourglass.
I use the first one's symbols. That's crazy.
Medivh explains how a mechanical clock is carefully constructed by its maker, knowing each step that the hands will take before the clock begins ticking. Every time the clock finishes its rotation, it repeats exactly as before, as it's designed to. Same beginning, same middle, same outcome. An hourglass, on the other hand, is a process of less predictable events when restarted. Medivh proposes that if you numbered every grain of sand that passed through the funnel,
it would always come out in different orders. Every single time.
Even though they're all in the same end zone together, a careful inspection would reveal that every time, the order in which the grains passed through would be different. The process of time as an hourglass allows for all kinds of mysterious outcomes along the way. Each grain of sand a being, a soul, a moment, or a memory. So Medivh wraps his point about Karazhan's power into the fold, likening the tower to an hourglass. Khadgar's visions are the grains of sand, slipping through the crooked floorboards in the fabric of the universe. Concluding the study of visions and time.
You read what he says there. So you're saying that it may not matter if you set up your tower here because an explosion created this valley and warped the nature of reality around it. Or that the explosion occurred because you would eventually come here, and the nature of the universe needed to give you the tools you wanted to stay. Close enough. If the tower is an hourglass and not a clock, then there are bits of sand of time itself that are moving through it at any time. These are unstuck or overlap each other so that we can see them, but not clearly. Some of it is parts of the past. Some of it is parts of the future. Could some of it be of other worlds as well? So what these visions are, then, are bits of sand, said Khadgar. Medivh frowned slightly, but the youth pressed on. Medivh was now thinking deeply himself. It is possible. Full marks. Well thought out. The big thing to remember is that these visions are just that.
In the fabric of the universe. Concluding the study of visions and time, Medivh speaks to a hopeful sentiment that foreshadows his timely return in The Last Titan. Were the tower a clock, the visions would move regularly and be easily explained. But since the tower is an hourglass, then they don't. They move at their own speed and defy us to explain their chaotic nature. Medivh leaned back in his chair, which I, for one, am quite comfortable with. I could never really favor an orderly, well-planned universe.
He fucking says orderly. Oh, goodness, dude. Oh, goodness. Yeah.
And lastly, in his specter form, Medivh leaves the grizzled Khadgar with a promise.
It's crazy that this was explained all the way back in The Last Guardian. Yeah, I'm actually going to start reading all of the books in the best chronological order that I can, and The Last Guardian is one of the first ones that you're supposed to read. So that's going to be my goal over the next undetermined amount of time, is to read them all in order.
Quote, as long as there are guardians, there is order. And as long as there is order, the parts are there to be played.
Interesting. And Khadgar ends up becoming the next guardian, but not literally.
And as long as there is order, the parts are there to be played. Decisions made millennia ago set both your path and mine. It is part of the greater cycle, one that has held us all in its sway. Khadgar craned his head upward.
Perhaps there should not be guardians then, if this has been the price.
Agreed, said Medivh. But for the moment, for your moment, we must all play our part. We must all pay this price. And then, when we have the chance, we will start anew. And with that, heroes, we have a visible horizon, a foreseeable future after the last Titan, where the world of Warcraft is unchained from the clutching clockwork hands of fate forever, where the loom of time is demolished, and our destinies are finally, truly our own. My name is Zaxxas. Your time is precious, and it's my honor to have you join me on this mythical deep dive. Please share your thoughts and comments too. What do you think about this solution? Does this bootstrap paradox elegantly and simply solve the First One's Titan debate? Or is this overcomplicating a touchy subject, and timeline shenanigans should be left off the table?
You know that's what a lot of motherfuckers are gonna say. That's why he had to put that in the video. Because he knows that some people, that's just gonna be that's just their, no, I don't think Blizzard thinks this deeply about it. Fucking timeline shenanigans. No, I don't think so.
Get typing. And remember, folks, you are the resistance to the Titan's soul matrix.
Damn. Now we need the Pyromancer lore vid about your lore vid. Good video, banger video, chat. Chat. This might be the best speculation video ever made. Like, what the fuck? That was insanely good. God damn. I don't have anything else to say. That's crazy. I want a podcast episode, guesting Zaxxas and Discordian Kitty. Well, you only bring one guest on at a time. But yeah, I gotta actually hit up both of them because that's, yes, that is the intention. They're actually both on my list to get a hold of. You got people to sub to WoW because of the video? I used to get comments like that on my videos. I used to get those kinds of comments. Oh no, not so much anymore. But yeah, that's a great thing, dude. If it inspires people to play or get excited about the lore, I mean, that's all. That's the best you can ask for. He sounds just like Jesse from old Lost Codex videos. No, he doesn't. That's crazy. I still don't understand how this channel doesn't have hundreds of thousands of subs. Highest quality and content of all the lore channels I watch. I mean, it's true, but the reason why is because hundreds of thousands of people don't care about the lore. They don't follow it. They can't even appreciate it. Super good. Super, super good. Most speculative WoW content is so lazy. Damn. Tragic. Here's the problem with this theory. It's brilliant. way too brilliant for WoW's writers. Yep, there it is, dude. You see that every fucking time. It's inevitable. Deadass better writing than the whole of Shadowlands. It's so frustrating because it's like, dude, the speculation is literally based out of nothing but evidence from Shadowlands. Nah, Blizzard retconned the Titans and this lore sucks. The end. God, dude. Nice video. God, I hate WoW storytelling. Exhausting. I've never seen this guy, by the way. Oh, you should watch his videos. He's got some of the best ones, dude. It's crazy. He has the most insane thumbnails. He pretty much just does like everything better than everyone else. So, yeah. No, I'm not going to watch the method one. He's in the chat right now. Zax's list for lore mogging on YouTube. Yeah, dude, I mean, I feel like there's no Zaxxus would be the more entertaining of the two. Both would be solid guests though. Well, we don't need to start making those kinds of comparisons, man. How about they would just be both good guests and just leave it at that? Why do we got to be doing that? Anyway, dude, insane video, man. Just insane. It's just like it's so like the storyboarding and the pacing and the chapters and the thing. It's just so good, dude. These new ones, dude. I'm old, man. I'm old, man. These youngins coming in and fucking taking over, dude. I'm washed up, dude. I'm washed up. It's it for me soon, dude. I have to retire to League of Legends, bro. I don't know. It's crazy. Has been Mancer. Yeah, pretty much, dude. Pretty much. Come on. No, not just because of you, dude. It's just true. I mean, it's just true. I mean, I can see all my stats, bro. You know what I'm saying? I know what my metrics look like. So I will say, yeah, I mean, my channel was definitely doing better around the War Within launch time. Midnight has not done so well. Midnight has not done so well, dude. I can show you. It's pretty crazy. This is the last 760 days. Average viewers. This is War Within launch. This is Midnight launch. I don't know, bro. I can just say from me on Twitch here, there's, you know, something going on there. It's last couple months have been tough, but like, yeah, it's like I'm okay with 150. That's pretty good. Pretty much since Midnight though, and leading up to it has not been very good. It's not been good. It's crazy. Like the WoW, I feel like the WoW hate has like never been this potent. Besides maybe outside like DF. So I don't know, bro. That's all I could say. I don't know. I think changing add-ons had like a probably pretty big effect on people's interest. But this is also people's interest in my channel, right? So it could be me. I don't know. Maybe I'm not as entertaining. Maybe I got into League stuff too much. Maybe, I don't know. That's the thing is you get metrics, but it's hard to interpret what those metrics mean. You know? I can see what my average viewers was, but I couldn't tell you why. I think, guys, I'm gonna be honest, I think one of the biggest detriments is the fact that I raid when I stream. I don't think I should be raiding when I stream. People get bored of raiding. And we're not, and this is no offense to my guild. I love you guys. I love playing with you guys. We're just not at the level where we clear it quickly enough to where like people want to stay around for it, you know? I'll admit I tune out when raid starts. I know you guys do. I fucking know you do. I can see it in my streams, bro. Like I fucking know. I know. I care about more about lore and tangential conversations than watching gameplay. I know. I know. I was going to say it, and to be honest, in 2024, you did more lore tour streams, and honestly, also double-edged sword because you argued more with the random people. Yeah, I don't really spend that much time arguing with chat anymore. Or getting, like, triggered at people in chat. I just, like, I banish you to the third monitor. Holy fuck. Holy fuck. That is fucking deranged, bro. But I also get viewers on YouTube, right? There's 90 people watching on YouTube right now. So this is just Twitch. You know what I'm saying? If I were to combine my Twitch and my YouTube, I don't even know how many people are watching on Twitch. I have no fucking idea. I have no idea here. I can look. How many people? 165. So I actually have almost 300 viewers when you look at it that way. You know what I mean? But I don't want to sit here and talk about it, especially as a consequence of watching a fantastic video. Go like that Zaxxas video. Show lots of love. We appreciate it. Sick video. This guy's just like, he's so good, dude. It's so good. So good. I have no guy. Yeah. He's super good. Super, super good video. So fuck yeah. I already liked, unsubbed, and subbed back. Fuck yeah, you did. Quick, everyone leave. I can't like it because I already liked it. Show it to your grandmas. Show it to your grandmas. I would also say, I don't have to stream for 8 fucking hours a day. I could just end stream when raid starts and turn my stream off, because I'll put it this way. That is literally part of why the metrics don't look good. Because I raid for 3 hours, and then I have like 70, 80 people watch, and it brings the whole average down. You know what I mean? So if I just didn't stream my raid, that stream would end, my average viewership would be higher. No, I want to watch the raids. Well, unfortunately, it looks bad for advertisers, man. It looks bad, man. I hate to say it, dude, but it's true. It's true. Plus, half the people in the fucking raid are people in the chat. All my fucking raiders are chatters first. So then they don't chat anymore. Could do a second channel for raid. Could do a different raid account. I could, but I feel like that I'd have to like put in a different... How would that work? I suppose I could. I've been thinking about doing a second channel for like League. I'm thinking about putting the podcast on a separate channel. I'm thinking about having like a channel where I just sit and I talk about stuff, or put Twitch clips, and then the main channel will be like just edited speculation. You know? Back how it used to be. Your rating section just needs some juice to get the viewers pumped to stay. What do you like? What do you mean by that? Back in my day. Literally a raid Shadowlands channel. Oh my god. Lore speculation between pulls. I gotta remain focused. Raid shirtless? Bruh. Said raid shirtless. Damn, I missed the Zaxxas react. Had to go rent a chainsaw? Fuck. Sir, I got some questions. I'm brainstorming here. Uh-huh. And that was your first idea? I agree with the shirtless part. Guys, I got a dad bod, okay? Maybe that's what you're after. I have no idea, but can you tell how uncomfortable I am right now? Show dad bod streamer. Shut the fuck up, Taro. Stop encouraging them. Hot tub in the background and you'll boost views. I have thought about playing some other games. I got Pal World and shit. You know? I like Pokemon style shit. I don't know. I just got that. But I don't know. People really want to see me play WoW. The XIV streams did pretty well too. I want to play some scary games, dude. I think that you guys would enjoy watching me play some scary games because I get fucking scared, man. Like, as someone who gets really into all the universes, scary games fuck my shit up, dude. I was thinking about getting RE9 and playing that shit. Or Silent Hill or whatever. I was thinking about getting that and playing some of that because scary games fuck my shit up, dude. I have Soma. I already got that shit installed right now. I'd say start with Fear. I got Soma right here. That bitch is already installed. What's up? Amnesia? I played a little Amnesia when I was younger. Some nuts on your face. What the fuck? Soma has some good lore. Speaking of FF14, EU FanFest next weekend. Yeah, I'll probably watch it. What's the timesheet look like? Sarah Lean, heh. Fright Fridays? Could do. I'd like to do that in the dark, though. But I could just black this room out. You know what I mean? Have you played Outlast? I own Outlast 2, but I haven't really played it because I always thought, like, if I'm going to play a scary game, I should play it on stream. Do you still cover FF14 occasionally? Yeah, I just reacted to the Evercold cinematic, which was pretty sick. And then a couple weeks, month ago or whatever. And then I did play through the Dawn Trail patch content, which I thought was really good. And that's on my YouTube channel if you want to watch those VODs. It's on the part of some of my live streams. Outlast isn't really scary. How about you fucking, maybe to you, Soma is the outer wilds of horror games, I hear. I don't know what the fuck that means. I don't know what that means. I want to see you play Guild Wars 2. I want to play Guild Wars 3. That's what I'm trying to do. You know? I'm trying to check that out. My favorite streams you do are the random lore quests. The starter area for the Draenei comes to mind, if I recall correctly. Lots of Anguish stuff. Yeah, that one was very interesting, I think, too. I need to get back to getting Lore Master Prog. I don't know if Lore Master's that interesting to watch either, though. Maybe since it's me, but I don't think that lore, fucking side quests in Borean Tundra are particularly interesting. I did enjoy it. That's good. Oh, Zaxxas was going to make a recommendation. Get into housing. That's a whole new space with a lot of viewers. Yeah. Yeah. We are supposed to do housing tours, guild neighbors, stuff like that. I've been doing housing stuff IRL. I just think housing stuff is... Maybe it's because in my mind, when I think of housing stuff, I just think about decorating my own place. And it doesn't sound like that much fun. You know what I also really want to do? I want to set up some kind of bot or something in my Discord that announces when like new games come out. Because I think one thing that I suck at nowadays is like being on top of new releases. And I think that I could definitely grow my stream if I stream some new games when they came out. But I never do that. I'm like never streaming something the day it comes out. But there's also a lot of competition when you do that. But have you done the latest Negtal quests? No, actually. I need to get caught up on Negtal and Val quests. I could do that right now. Ain't nothing stopping me from doing that. The Negtal stuff is so good. Yeah, I saw a bit of a spoiler saying that after you complete the whole campaign that there's like an unflagged special interaction that you can get if you've done a certain other quest. Patchbot.io. Can you link that in mod chat? And then I can check that out at some point. Can you do it? I blasted through it because I don't care, but I care when you talk about it. I can do it. The Val stuff isn't ended yet. Don't do housing. Just do tours of other players' houses. They'll be seen by way more people if you stream them. True. I can log in and do this Negtal and Val stuff. Why not? I haven't done it since the first week. Talking about the lore behind certain decor. Ooh, that's pretty nitty-gritty stuff. I don't know if I'd even know that much. I tried to make an Uther-inspired transmog set on my paladin here, but I think unless you're a human, you can't get that close to it. Yeah, and I guess I don't just have to do tours of people in the guild, right? I could look at anyone's houses, really. Wait, did this Q&A happen or what? What's up, woman? It did? Oh, right. Yeah, I forgot about that. It's over? It was live, though, right? Was an interesting last question. Here's some of the Q&A. Well, what about the whole thing? There was nothing interesting, to be honest. Come on. I still haven't done the last Omnium Folio quest either. Fuck. I don't know if there's any interesting lore with that. Is the whole Q&A on here, or did you just skip to a certain part of it? Looks like the whole thing. Wowhead has a summary up. I don't really know if I want to listen to a summary. It's only an hour. By the way, are we rating today? Yeah. Last Omnium quest requires you to kill a world boss in Val/Negtal. Okay. I'll wait then. So, I'll skip questions that I don't give a shit about, okay?
And with that said, we can begin. Are you ready, Ian?
Absolutely. Let's go.
Do you think he's quiet?
The first question is about 8 weeks cadence. I know you have talked about it quite a lot in your recent interviews, but our players here want to know
it's a good question.
How committed is the team to this cadence long term, and how flexible are you if player feedback suggests certain seasons or content would benefit from a little more breathing room?
Good question.
Yeah, this is a question we hear a lot. I'm glad it was asked. This is definitely not ironclad on our end. We are flexible. The idea of patching roughly every 8 weeks is something that the team actually, set as a goal, as an aspiration in Dragonflight. Coming off a couple of expansions, Shadowlands notably, but really most expansions before that, where we had long stretches, many months, without any patch, without any update to the game.
Yup.
We heard very clearly from players that, the lack of content, frankly, wasn't acceptable for what people were looking for.
It's fucking brutal.
Subscribing to World of Warcraft. And so, we said, every 2 months feels like about right to do something significant to change up the content.
All right, next question.
Perfect.
Bring me medicine.
Not as a question, but like a bit of feedback from actually class Discord. We have almost all of them in this program. They often mention that they may not have questions per se or feedback, but they would love to understand the
That should be better.
context behind some decisions and the directions for their classes. So Q&As with class developers would be absolutely welcome and I guess helpful, at least based on what I'm hearing from the class community.
Great.
Okay. Questions from communities representing players with disabilities.
Okay,
regarding
disabilities and
the recent
add-ons.
With the work, check some events that we accessed imprints LID, or I think each of them, and that they're all somewhere on our radar.
Yeah, they already
or
asked another
roadmap.
question.
Initially, that's just, it's
Long-term vision for guilds and communities? Like, what the fuck are these questions? As World of Warcraft continues to evolve, are you thinking differently about player agency? Like, what are these questions? Many communities have asked about the future of Azeroth as a living world for you. What's your philosophy on returning to older parts of the world?
content relevant to revisiting races.
I think we are, very excited to do it and want to keep doing it, but also do it in balance with going to new places and telling brand new stories. One of the things that's most exciting for me about Midnight is the chance to return to, the Blood Elf lands, to Silvermoon, to Eversong,
Right.
and player identities. And we are
Racial theme housing exteriors. We already know that they're going to do that.
Northrend on the
questions about.
With the Curse of Old Tech, we're getting the ability to add non-combat pets to our homes. Oh my fucking god, bro. The warband system has been great. Can you tell us how you feel about it? What's your long-term vision for the future? Like, what are these questions? More legacy reputations into the system. They already said they wanted to. And for extending warband support to things like legacy currencies, professional scrapping items, whatever. I don't care. Whatever. Looking beyond individual tuning and balance chains, what's your long-term philosophy for class design? What are these fucking questions? Rated PvP. How do you view the current pacing of seasonal PvP rewards? Collector's bounty. What's your long-term vision for keeping legacy content relevant for collectors? Like, how many long-term vision questions? What's your philosophy on no longer obtainable rewards? I'm kind of curious about that one.
And yeah, I guess if anybody has examples of something that is unobtainable but shouldn't be, please bring it up with your Discord admins and they can post that feedback to us and maybe some TM will see some changes. The next question is from again, like it's from collectors. It's about professions.
What did he?
The community would promote appearances and a couple of other things. If there's anything outside those that's unobtainable, that feels like it wasn't something that we told the community would become unobtainable, that's an oversight on our part. We'd love to have examples of those things surfaced for the team, and we will work on finding ways to reintroduce them and make them available again.
What is he talking?
Thing that we want to honor, we want to preserve. It was challenging to acquire a tool belt very frequently these days, but I think when commitments were made in the past that something was going to be available only for a very limited time, it was challenging to acquire or had prestige associated with it around that time-limited aspect. That's something that we want to honor, we want to preserve.
Okay.
Now, in counterpoint to that, like there are tons of examples of things that are unobtainable almost accidentally, like because some piece of content changed or was removed or whatever, and now there's no way to get this appearance or that appearance or what have you. In those cases, we're almost always looking for ways of reintroducing it, whether it's a trading post, whether it's some event that drops in a patch, or finding some other means of acquiring those collectibles. If there's things really outside of the very short list of original Mage Tower appearances, original Challenge Mode appearances, and a couple of other things, if there's anything outside those that's unobtainable, that feels like it wasn't something that we told the community would become unobtainable.
So they're not bringing those back, is what he just said. Those things on that list, that's not fucking coming back. Fuck
That's
you.
an oversight on our part. We'd love to have examples of those things.
All right, moving on.
As much as that depth can be valuable in...
Yeah, the Miss Pandaria cloak. I don't know why the fuck they got rid of that. WoW ambassadors are wondering what's next for professions. What's your long-term vision for professions? I hate that fucking question. What is your long-term vision? Like, bro, like...
places like blacksmithing or tailoring, where you're making items that are intended to be used for an entire season. I think that right now there is, frankly, too much complexity to parts of the game that used to be simpler and more approachable. Like, if you just want to pick flowers and make potions, you shouldn't need a PhD. You shouldn't need to read some elaborate guide to understand exactly how you should go about doing that and how you should do it correctly.
I don't think you really need
and
to.
So I think
whatever.
as we move forward, we want to keep the depth in our gear crafting professions, but try to streamline some of the gathering and consumable crafting professions a bit more. The question also touches on secondary professions, and I think several of those are overdue for a closer look. Nothing to announce right now, but the team is definitely discussing some potential improvements
fishing,
there
cooking?
for Last Titan.
Oh, for Last Titan.
Again, very hopeful answer. I think archaeology is being mentioned in every
Archaeology would be fucking nice.
single Q&A or like interview questions that we're getting. So, well, hoping that in the future we can learn.
Feeling like some Koreans just playing the game away.
Is that the last question?
Relics from Lost Civil.
I actually almost ran out of the question. To share what you are excited about in the next upcoming patch, in the Curse of Olatech, like what is it that excites you the most? What are you want to hear players' reaction on? Like, what is it like so special about this patch for you?
I mean, everyone loves a good troll patch. Everyone loves a good troll raid. What is
Evidently, that's not the case. Some people are real butthurt about it, but those people are also not people I would associate with.
What is more iconic than that? But I think, yeah, I mean, I think just, really excited to or had initial reaction of this feeling like a complete sidetrack or diversion from the main thrust of our folds. And on the other side of it, just a few weeks after the patch goes live, we're all going to get together, Warcraft at that.
Especially while these people are
Just know that on our race group more
double this. It's a great privilege and honor by more than 700 people. Before we wrap up, this question has been submitted by an anonymous person, and it's a very, very important question, and it's, will the puzzle box of Yogg-Saron ever be open?
Well, yeah, it has been.
Please.
I mean, if you play Hearthstone, it just fires off 10 random spells. I thought everyone knew that.
What?
I'm pretty sure you can open it in Uldir.
But thank you. Thank you so much for your time.
Fires off 10 random spells. Wow. Wow, that was really something. How? That was really something, wasn't it? Wow. Told you, it sucked. I mean, you didn't lie. There was no lies in what you said. You said the last Omnium Folio quest takes me out to Nagtal /Val anyway, so I'm gonna go pick that up. I'm really butthurt about those WOD challenge mode weapons because I didn't play at the time. I could never get them. That's how it works, man. Same with challenge modes in Mists of Pandaria. That's how it works, though. Yes, sir. I mean, yeah, I mean, I get it. I get it. It sucks, but like, you know. I don't have all the Mage Tower stuff. I don't really complain about it. If I wanted, there's a portal to the terrace now. Oh, I did not know that. Which is why it'll be a rug pull when Pandaria further merges with retail. Like, oh, we had a second shot. What are your thoughts on the color purple and longtime philosophy on spaghetti? Well, the color purple's pretty nice. Easy on the eyes. Good good mix of red and blue. You know, in varying degrees. Get nice different shades, which is good. Longtime philosophy on spaghetti. Well, I think it'll do well. You know, probably the best, you know, some might say the best of all the pastas. It's good. Does it come with meatballs? That totally changes the question. Obviously. It won't become a relic of the pasta. So bold. Thought someone will get the next shape of pasta? The final shape? Oh, so you hate ravioli? I do. Fuck ravioli.
All paths are possible.
Week 5 of 5.
Much to teach you.
Although it made an excellent catalyst, the prime essence you retrieved revealed a factor we did not account for. The alien nature of the void and the ethereal magic used in their assaults proved incompatible with the experiment. We need a sample of their magic if we are to make any progress, not from the assaults here in Quel'Danas, but from the source of their attacks. I'm told these enemies strike from off-world staging grounds. Good luck. Mote of Omnial Inquiry. Okay.
Shadows watch over you.
Report to Negtal. Optional. Recover a fragment of alien void or arcane magic. Alien void or alien arcane. So these energies have like little codes in them depending on where they are. They're not all the same. So is there a portal back? Do you think the last question could have been a Yogg tease for TLT? Since it was submitted by Anonymous? Not really. Just to the left of Ramoth. Can't believe you're forcing me to eat spaghetti. You're gonna eat that spaghetti. You're gonna fucking like it. It was a tease for archaeology, IMO. Yeah, maybe. It seemed like a weird thing. I thought we did open the puzzle box. I swear to God, you can open it in the Zekvaz encounter. In Uldir. Compliance is not optional. And where's the portal to there? Next to Decimus hologram. Where the fuck is that? Is that like up here? Sure is. Okay. How the fuck do I get to Negtal again? I'm gonna be honest, I don't remember. Is it right here? Oh, it's right here. Let the archaeology raceful be useful again? Is that like a dwarf thing? Oh my god, what are all these quests? The fuck is all this? Exterior Maniforge Translocator. Maniforge Translocator Network. Oh. Maneuvering through this spore-infested rock is quickly becoming a chore. I'm sure you would agree. Thankfully, I figured out a way to make use of the existing Maniforge Translocator network that was so thoughtfully built prior to our arrival. I can show you how to activate them for our use. You can start with the one we translocated to camp.
Make this quick.
Preparing for threats. Technomancer wares. My brother's always been the creative one. His hand's busy on some intricate side project or some device he's working on. His enthusiasm will benefit this operation greatly, especially when it comes to thwarting the threats we face on this world. See what he's been working on and give one of his new experiments a trial run. I'm sure he'll be thrilled at the opportunity to contribute.
We pillage. We scavenge.
Sure, whatever.
We survive.
Decimus.
Just the Azerothian.
Disrupt the Hal Hadar.
And if you come across anything interesting.
The Hal Hadar are notorious for looting and stealing technology from any world they descend upon. Take this translocator with you and mark anything that doesn't resemble ethereal technology. We'll transport it back here for further study. Okay.
The light will not forget our sacrifice.
I think I already talked to this guy. The
It
node
is our
knows.
duty to serve.
The Maniforge to the east serves as both a research site and military compound, making it a valuable target. Much of their research, including holoprint schematics, lays around the forge. The Hal Hadar station here also carry nodes containing experimental and logistical data. Take advantage of this accessible intel and bring back what you can find.
Remain vigilant.
Okay. Umbral-based camp translocator activated. Okay. Purchase bandages from Kifan. Ethereal bandage. Okay. Heals 8% of your health and removes 1 infusion every... Okay. Okay. I'm not... Okay. What is this? Vine Grab. Is this like a world quest? Sure is. Oh, it's this. Right. Wow. I fucking missed one. Fuck you. You just jump and grab it. Some things are world quests and others are bonus objectives.
Best keep your weapons ready.
He's quite the little technomancer, isn't he? He's come a long way since our days in the techno markets back home. His creations will go a long way in supporting your efforts here. We're lucky to have him with us on this expedition. I am lucky to have him. It's been a very long time since we've spent this much time together.
Beware the sands and shadows.
Okay. Nexus Port Translocator activated. Spore Forge Translocator activated. Extraction Coast Translocator activated. Okay. Fuck your mushroom, I'm on a horse. That's right, dude. Look at my horse is amazing. I have a feeling you'd enjoy one of the new quests in Negtal this week. I think I have to catch up. I don't know how far behind I am right now. You have to buy an item from her brother next to her. Why don't you just give it to me for free? It is nice that you can level alts here. That's true. Nice, so I can teleport there now. Fucking big OP. Big nice. Big QOL. What the fuck is happening? Oh my god, I'm under attack. Oh my god. Devouring barrage, dude. I'm getting devoured. They were eating my ass up. Think she's the one we rescued from the Shadow Guard back in Voidstorm? Oh, very nice. That makes sense. I think, didn't I rescue both of them? I rescued her for him, didn't I? Some mobs in Heroic World Tier have drastically increased aggro range. That's toxic. The fuck did they do that for? Okay, another translocator. Huge. Spore spewing shrooms destroyed. Oh, I don't know why that thing just like died from half HP right there. Man, fuck a 3-man group. I only work alone. Wait, do I have to discover it after I activate it? Is that a fucking joke? Okay, no, I don't. That's a lie.
The Ethereals are experimenting on the local wildlife and various fungi. I suggest we put a stop to it before they succeed in creating something you can't handle.
What the fuck, dude? Gotta stop all the fun guys. Halidar Keeper key code. Oh, I gotta get the jailer's key. And this is a different objective, so I went out of the objective area. Oh, never mind, there's one over there. What do you guys think of these mini zones overall, huh? What the fuck, dude? Why did it attack those? Nice for leveling alts on normal. Pretty good, especially for a .7 patch. I don't know what's happening. Is that ever? Do you ever know? They're meh for geared characters. I kind of like the hidden lore stuff. It's there to help gear alts. I don't play alts, so it's wasted content for me. So you don't pay attention to like the story or any of the hints or like the way it ties back to stuff from Voidstorm or anything like that? Mob density and aggro annoys you? Yeah, the aggro is kind of annoying. Sips herbal tea. Fucking stoner. No, I watch you for that because you make it more interesting. Oh, I appreciate that. You have to have a key code for each one of these that you open? Jesus. That's fucking obnoxious. Doesn't that seem a bit excessive? Negtal was a more interesting zone in terms of lore. I don't have taunt on my bar. Awkward. That was kind of barren lore-wise so far. Have you seen the new lore YouTuber Hajix? No, I haven't, because I'm told that sometimes he puts PTR and spoilers in his videos. So, there's some of his videos recommended in the YouTube, or in the React Request channel, but I haven't watched any of them because I don't want to get any spoilers for 12.1. I like it when you go on lore tangents about a random thing in the zone that ties back to a previous patch or ties back to something 4 expansions ago. Yeah, that happens sometimes. Those are fun too. I'll end up going on a fucking tangent that lasts like an hour and a half and I'll like forget what I was even doing in the first place. Why am I getting spammed with emails right now? What the fuck is going on? No. The third week Nigtal stuff was really interesting to me. Probably China asking you to vote. China asking you to vote? It's definitely not that. China wants you to vote the Dems. They want the Dems voted in. It's crazy. You must have watched his speech, I imagine. Yeah. That was something. Elections are rigged, but only when I lose them. We have to protect the sanctity of the elections, which, when I won, it was not rigged. It was very safe, very reliable. But if anyone else is running for president, it's rigged. Sleepy Joe, we found burn bags. I can't tell you what was in them because they're not real, but we found them. The corrupt Barack Hussein Obama administration. He loves saying that. He loves calling him Hussein. Oh, he loves that shit, dude. I was the best president. He loves that. We're so close to 12-1, I can't wait. Yeah. Nice topic change right there. You dropped the China election interference. Now you want to talk about 12-1. Very sly, chatter. Very sly. I like that. I am looking forward to 12-1, though. Does she attend debates? Xi Jinping. Oh, Bing Jiling. All right, that was just a random fucking world quest or bonus objective or whatever. I didn't even have to do that. What I need is the Riot MMO. Bro, when the Riot MMO comes out, I'm going to be just gooning it, dude. It's gonna be sick. I can't wait. There's an achievement for doing those 5 times on each world. Doing what? You're the reason I stopped watching data mining spoilers for WoW since DF. I feel like it makes for a better experience when you play it, but I do sometimes think it probably hurts my bottom line as a creator. Because people, the problem is that people want to hear about stuff. They're going to hear about it from the PTR cycle coming through. So like if you just don't cover it, by the time that I see it, everyone else has already seen it for 2 months. And so people are less interested and engaged with it. And so it's pretty unfortunate. You know, that is one downside for me. I don't want to like spoil it for other people, but I used to cover PTR stuff all the time. I used to love doing that shit. It was exciting. It always gave me something to like talk about, which was really cool. But not anymore. What the fuck? Where do these assholes come from? That's a world boss, isn't it? Technoseer's communique. A projected image of a rotating Lightforged warframe emits from the device. Malfunctioning null frame. Oh, I've seen this before. I should probably join a group. Oh, Captain, die, Captain.
Unsurprisingly, another threat imperils your mission. Destroy, eliminate,
Communique?
succeed.
You a communist? What are you talking?
Adjutant, deal with this rabble.
Uh-oh. Why am I... Oh. I don't really know what's happening. I'm like, I feel like Taro right now.
Challenging me. You will die by my blade.
That's King Rastakon's VA. Taro lost in the sauce. So the question is, what is the sauce? Because depending on what it is, I might like to get lost in it as well.
Let us see if you're up to challenging me.
Y'all are trying to read anything on screen too.
Adjutant, deal with this rabble.
Adjutant. That good sauce. Spaghetti sauce? Yo, is my game too loud? It seems like it's pretty loud.
Die by my blade. Let us test our new weapon.
That seems better. This is pretty loud. Combining life and shadow energy makes sauce energy. So the nightmare is the sauce. Got it.
Adjutant, deal
Like the
with this
secret
rabble.
sauce. Never ask what's in the secret sauce.
Let us see if you're up to challenging me. You will die. Let us test our new weapon. Halhadar, to me!
Now it seems so quiet to me. Pyro feet and cranberry sauce when? Squidge that shit between your toes? What the fuck did I just read? What? Am I being sexually harassed? What is going on right now? What is...
Let us test our new weapon. You will die by my blade. Halhadar, to me!
Man, fuck the Halhadar. Hi, I'm HR. What the fuck?
Desperate attempts for power. They're almost admirable. Oh well.
What the fuck? I just got a bunch of things and I don't know what they are. I need more Void Commander's emblems. Oh. I haven't got those. It's for myth track gear that I just don't need. Okay. Infantry's data node. Null frame holoprint, soul lattice holoprint, glittering crypt holoprint. You get one a week. I know, I just haven't been doing this. It's a waster of fucking time. Well, I mean, I'd be done with it already if I just been doing it. It's not really a waste of time. I'm here doing stuff anyways, but these zones just let me nearly fully heroic gear one of my alts just from the incidentals after the meta achieve. Yeah, my alt is geared through like heroic and mythic raid. So I don't even know. I don't think I need any gear from this. Maybe if I did another alt though. I forgot until someone reminded me the other day. there a data node? Oh, there's something right there. I just don't play alt, so I'm not seeing the value of the areas. Well, I mean, I'm not playing my alt here either, but I guess I don't know. I don't look at things like that. I don't know. Soul Lattice Holoprint. Shimmering runes of 3D projections is something called a Soul Lattice. That's what you put souls into. Pilfered technology recovered. I stole that from the Draenei. I didn't have a 90 alt until this time walking period, so it's worked out well for me. Yeah. Yeah. My Death Knight could be level 90 already. It's so easy. It's so fast to level through time walking. It's fucking crazy. What the fuck? Bro, no. No. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh god. It hurts. That was unexpected and painful. What the fuck? What the fuck, man? What the fuck? Jesus Christ. What the fuck? Dude. I'm joking. Dude, what the fuck was that? Heroic tier can be brutal. I do like the heroic difficulty. It's actually pretty rough, even fully geared. You think I'm gonna die? Nah, dude. Would I look like a fucking noob to you? Would I look like a fucking noob? Huh? You think I'm some kind of fucking casual? Is that what you fucking think? How about this, dude? How about if I just give you one of these, bro? You think I'm fucking soft? Think I'm fucking weak sauce? How about this? How about just one of these? Get in here. Get in here, boys. Think it's fucking weak sauce out here? You think it's just casual hour out here? What do you think this is? What do you think this is? You think that? What do you think? Oh, I have some bleeds on me. Oh shit! I can't cleanse them. I don't have the cleanse. I don't have the cleanse. Only the disorient. It's okay. We're still in business here. We're in business here. We're making this work. We are very much in trouble. Okay, we freed him. We have a Halazier on us. Okay. No problem. It's no problem. I will not die. I lay on hands for no reason there because I got a fat wog crit. Unfortunate. We got Halazier. Oh, that fucking hurt. Good. Okay, this guy's dead. Okay, that's good. I stunned him. Okay, we're good. 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 You're good. You're good. You're good. Okay, big crit. Big crit. Okay, salvo. Okay, now this guy melts. See ya.
I am invincible. I cannot die. Oh shit, this guy's helping me out.
Hurry.
Dominar Forge, they stole that shit. Yoink. Out of the feet comment, I felt like I owed you. Thanks for the sub, dude. Now, what email do you want me to send him to? Null frame holoprint, huh? Project null frame. Translocator reply to the null frame. Null frame intercepted. Let's go over there. Saltian Marsh. Saw, dude. Spore dive. The fuck? I know that you don't care about Classic, but have you seen Conquest of Azeroth private server with 21 new classes? Bro, you just... Okay. Not only do I not care about Classic, I also utterly fucking despise private servers. You just asked me about one that is... Well, a thing that is both. That's crazy. That's crazy. No, I don't give a fuck about that. I don't give a fuck about that. You know how many bullshit ads I see on the internet about a bunch of fucking obvious, blatant fucking knockoffs of World of Warcraft, mobile games, and all sorts of dumb shit? No, I don't give a fuck about that. Fuck all that. I am in very serious trouble. Never mind, I'm fine. Paladin things. 21 new classes? I'm fucking bat chesting internally. Good thing Paladins can spec into we're so back. Just getting railed by that man attack over there. Love that. Yeah, to me, the only like version of World of Warcraft that's like real is retail. Real tail. Ha 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 ha. Get it? What the fuck, homie? You ain't gotta do it like that. Come on now. Arc jet? No. No. Real tail, this man is on one. The only thing I'm on is antioxidants and Tums. I've been wondering if they're going to do Classic Plus, how it's going to fit canon. Doesn't have to. It's a different game. Yeah, I don't really think it has to fit canon. I agree. "20 new classes, none of them different." Hey man, be excited about what you're excited about, but come on now. Y'all should listen, y'all should know. I'm not into that shit, all right? I don't give a fuck about that. You understand? Oh. Last time I cared about private servers, I was about to say some really privileged, ignorant shit. Never mind, I'm not going to say that. I understand why private servers are a thing, but also they're not for me.
say it. I'm not gonna say it. Because people will take it out of fucking context and be like, oh, Pyro said that if you don't sub to his stream, you might as well not even watch. By the way, I'm just erasing all the context from what he was talking about, having an argument with someone who was openly bragging about using a fucking ad blocker and not subscribing to channels to support fucking streamers. Oh, fucking fuck Pyro. Nah, people take it out of context. Quick, clip it. Yeah, I know, yeah. Pyro screams about privilege. Yeah. I am in severe trouble. I am in very severe trouble. Never mind, I'm a paladin, so I just have to live for 2 more seconds, and now I'm invincible. How about that? I did it, boss. Yo, thanks for the 5-month resub, dog. Thank you. I don't care about Classic also. It's just that the server is very popular. Every streamer talk about that. It has retail models, retail systems like Mythic Plus, but if Blizzard did this, they would hate it. Every streamer talks about it, huh? If you're going to make a private server, just dedicate that time to making an original game. Yeah, but that's a lot more involved than it sounds like. And also, you can't rip half the things in your game from another game, so... Why would you do that? Yeah, every cuck streamer. Oh, you still can. Trust. Actually, I believe you. I believe you. Too damn hot, boy. Shut the fuck up, Owen. You sound 60 when you talk like that. Wait, are you talking about the weather? What are you talking about? Are you talking about what I just said, or are you talking about the weather? I don't know what you're saying. Both? Okay. It is too damn hot, though. It actually is, though. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. I'm not weird, I promise. I'm just running on fumes. I get that, dude. I get fucking weird when I'm tired, man. Ask my wife. I say the weirdest shit. She'd be like, oh, okay, I can tell you're fucking tired now. He says weird shit 90% of the time, chat. Don't fall for his lies. As I'm literally stewing up the weirdest shit to say. No, I don't. That's not true. That's fake news.
One more ends.
The node knows. Sometimes effective reconnaissance requires careful planning and stealth. Other times, sudden ambushes and unleashed chaos are more effective. I would know. I wrote the Light Veil Manifest after all. Oh. Cool.
Arcanon Puros.
Arcanon Puros. The crypt they found was built by Draenei. This explains where the ethereals got the crystal conductors you found.
But how does it relate to this null frame they are building? Our warframes aren't exactly compatible with standard crystal technology. Perhaps Ymera will find the answers in these data nodes. They're not compatible with standard crystal tech, huh?
Dionysaka.
I think you should raid leader raiders as Donald. Pass. You do this when you stream for a long time? Oh, I get weird at the end of the night for sure.
Can be a weapon with the right mindset.
Malfunctioning null frame. The state of this null frame is gravely concerning. With the judgment core torn from its mainframe, there is no way to control the mech. The judgment core? What, does that give it like, that gives it a sense of judgment between right and wrong? Or what is it? There's no way to control it. What does that mean? There must be another means of piloting their twisted creation. I gotta screenshot all this shit.
The Legion will stop at nothing.
I expected they found Legion, or maybe Lightforge technology, but not Draenei. The Vigilant appears to be severely damaged, its construct core entirely removed, and the defense crystal is shattered beyond repair. Did they find this here on Negdal? Why bring it here otherwise? There must be more to this. I will delve deeper into the data you found. Banger, dude. I like this shit, dude. Tell me more, dude.
Anything useful.
Exterior manifold translocator. Nice. Okay.
I am listening.
Soul lattice revealed. How do they find this place?
You've seen a battle or two.
It took some work, but we've cracked their ciphers. The Haladar seek to power their null frames using Draenei Vigilant technology. This soul lattice is the heart for the null frame using a Vigilance core. With it, they can bind their unwrapped energy into the core and wear the frame like armor. The Haladar must not succeed in finishing this prototype. Ymera's planning the next move. Speak with her. Draenei Vigilant technology. The soul lattice is the heart for the null frame using a Vigilance core. Wait, instead of using souls, they build a soul lattice? They can bind their unwrapped energy into the core and wear the frame like armor. That's very similar. An interesting alternative to the soul binding used by the Draenei.
I will honor my oath.
I think the Ethereals did something similar. And they definitely did this in Hellfire Citadel with Sokrathar the Eternal. The greatest warriors of the Draenei have their souls imbued into gleaming constructs, serving as eternal vigilance in defense of their people. Originally a member of the Council of Exarchs before his descent into darkness, Sokrathar has perverted this holiest of rituals and used a warped fell construct to preserve his soul after his defeat in Talador. And when we fight him, he's trying to bind himself into the construct. Incomplete binding.
Brave of you to venture this far.
They want to power the null frame using Draenei Vigilant tech, because they can't just use standard crystal tech. So they build a soul lattice, which I think they've derived from crystals, using a Vigilance core. But they said that the Vigilant tech is not exactly the same as the standard crystal tech. So they unwrap themselves and bind themselves into the core. That's fucking crazy. I got a screenshot of that, right? Right.
We pillage, we scavenge, we survive.
Speak of the Archmage Ymera.
We will redeem
She seems focused on her task. With a bit of luck and a lot of deciphering, we can hopefully understand what our enemies seek to accomplish in Nektal. What's the plan? Thanks to the holoprints you recovered, we know where the Ethereals are getting the Draenei artifacts. There is a crypt built by my people beneath the island. I've already been in it. The Halhadar are harvesting both the guardians within and the disturbed spirits of the dead. Their records indicate there are multiple vigilants within the tomb, but so far their efforts have been unsuccessful. If we are lucky, we may be able to intercept their operations. Talasan will be leading our venture into the crypt.
I've already been there, so yeah, fuck it, let's go. Yeah, that's just like what was in Auchindoun. Oh, you can see spirits of Draenei off of it. Whoa, what the fuck? Bring that up again. Why am I seeing... What is that, Stormwind Cathedral? What the fuck is that? What the fuck am I looking at? You know what else I was thinking of? You know what raid I've already done a lore tour on, but I did again last night, and I was like, wait a second, I didn't even pick up on this. Fucking Tomb of Sargeras, bro. When you go to fight the Maiden of Vigilance, she says, none shall disrupt the master's work. And she's like Maiden of Vigilance. Her primary theme is light, except she becomes corrupted by Fel. And when you go down there, there's the other Maiden of Valor or whatever, who is in the same room as the Avatar. And I was sitting there thinking, who is the master? And then I was thinking, wait, what Titan Keeper has the most prevalent facilities or structures in the Broken Isles? And the answer is Keeper Tyr and Keeper Odin. So I was thinking Keeper Tyr. When you kill the Titan defense constructs going into the Avatar of Sargeras room, they dissipate into golden crystals on the ground, which is the same thing that happens in the one of the Tazavesh dungeons. There's a tier Vrykul construct that like manifests out of a crystal that falls from the ceiling, and then you kill it. And then it reminded me of like the Stormwind Vrykul and all that on Siren Isle as well, with like the crystals and all that stuff. So I was thinking like, what Titan was dicking around down there? And then I was also thinking like the make of the chamber does look a lot like the Chamber of Heart, which is said to be made by Tyr. So I was thinking maybe it's Keeper Tyr. And what was he doing down there? What were they doing down there? And then I noticed in the final room, after you fall through the floor, there's a bunch of what look like Titan arches that look like they could be gateways. And then we take a big Titan portal through the twisting nether and come out in the space around Argus. Was built beneath the Tomb of Sargeras? Was it a giant interplanetary portal hub? I've talked about this before, that I thought that portal connected to Argus, because that's where we end up. But then I was thinking, what if there was more than one portal? Was beneath the Temple of Elune and the Tomb of Sargeras an interplanetary portal hub that could connect to other planets that the Titans had colonized or ordered? I don't know, just something I was thinking about. I was like, what the fuck was Keeper Tyr in there for? Like, what actually is happening down there? I don't know. Kind of weird. Anyway. Yeah.
The Legion will stop at nothing.
The old gods fought over that location too. Yeah, Battle of Catan. See, this is the reason I watch you tangents. That whole island is important in a way we don't fully understand for sure. Agreed. The elevator scene, what you can see is wild, 100%. There's so many different layers. You see like a giant dragon skull. I'm pretty sure skeleton. Then you see like a magma worm. You see like a couple different layers. It's very interesting.
Oh, and it's you again.
You've been quite the busy engine of chaos, haven't you? Give me that shit. Shut the fuck up.
Be careful not to have too much fun without me.
Complete world quest. How many? I don't know. They just said go do some shit.
Akal Hector.
Ymera's data suggests the tomb is heavily congested with Hal-Hadar. Ymera's data suggests the tomb is heavily congested with Hal-Hadar. While the rest of our forces rout the ethereals around the island, we'll opt for a more subtle approach. Alari the Soul Eater has been monitoring the north coast and will join our infiltration into the crypt. The irony of her title in such a place is not lost on me. Yeah. Yeah, that's a pretty yep.
Argus will always be remembered.
The tomb is called Vilaldun, like Akindun. It means Island of the Restful. Its entrance lies on the northern coast. We know the Halhadar have established an extraction site outside the crypt, harvesting the local flora there to fuel their research. As you approach, you will be met with heavy resistance. Cut a path through their ranks while we establish a footing inside, and meet us within.
Our enemies lack our conviction.
Our enemies lack our conviction.
The vision Sargeras showed you was a lie, Kil'jaeden.
Oh, shit! Lightforge machine guns, when? Oh, dude, my horse is almost so sick.
Our enemies are ever relentless. Deal with this threat and act swiftly.
Thanks, Cell. Man, .7 has no story. Yeah, maybe if you don't read. It's so unfortunate, Ali. Ugh. I like how they're showing Lightforge rogues in action too, bending light to be unseen and stealth. Well, it wouldn't be the first time. I mean, as I recall, it was actually a shard of the Atamal crystal, an ancient Naru relic, which was used to conceal Shatrath from the other denizens of Draenor when the Eridar showed up. They basically used a light-based illusion to some degree. I think it was light. I mean, it's a fragment of a Naru crystal, so... And I would wager that the illusion around Uldum was probably similar. A trick of the light, so to speak. I have some guildies, so I have no idea this content exists. Well, you know. It is what it is, right? I mean... There's a bunch of things in this world that I don't know exist either, to be fair. Damn, those motherfuckers. They get aggroed from forever away. You mean like purple not being a real color? What? Sorry, I need to lock the fuck in for a second here, otherwise I am going to die. Bro's about to use his imaginary purple attack. Oh my goodness, no. No, 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 no! This cannot be happening. Oh goodness. Dude, I like heroic worlds here. I fuck with this.
Power.
Yeah, another interesting thing in Tomb of Sargeras is you literally see light magic not mixing with fel magic very well, unless it's through the vessel that is the Maiden of Vigilance, but also light turning into fel. Like fel is some kind of corrupted light or some shit. Or just really close to it on the energy spectrum, which I believe it is.
My life is dedicated to destroying.
I won't say I wasn't half
Legion.
tempted to join you up there, but someone's got to watch Ymera's back. Talasan's gone ahead to find the architect behind this operation. We've managed to secure our position here in the stairwell, blocking any Halhadar who tried to follow. That leaves you to cut through this defiled place.
We are all that stands
Defiling
between Legion
tombs,
and annihilation.
harnessing innocent souls as fuel. The Halhadar are no better than demons. If left unchecked, the Ethereals will pilfer every grave and altar down here. I may bear the title of Soul Eater, but it doesn't mean I can't honor the dead in this forgotten place. Recover the tributes the Ethereals have stolen. Bring them to Talasan in the lower chamber.
Do not give in to the power of the Legion.
Without the tomb's defenses, the souls of the dead were easy targets for the Halhadar. The Ethereals intend to use the spirits to fuel the soul lattices for the null frame. We must not let that happen. Take my scepter and use it to repair the defense wards and shatter the energy cages binding the dead. Once you've finished, regroup with Talasan in the lower chambers.
Dionys Aka.
Yeah, dude, DHs being able to use polearms like that, being able to have like a scythe, basically just turn into a Reaper from FF14. Big spectrum once you think it's real. Which spectrum are we talking about here? Aren't Warglaives just two-handed fist weapons? Well, they're one-handed, right? Why are we even coming to these planets, ignoring the constant bombardment in Eversong ZA? It's irrelevant. We just gotta go back to when WoW wasn't cosmic, you know what I mean? Like back in the good old days, in the halcyon era of, like, fighting extra-dimensional old gods. Or elemental lords that breached into our reality from a pocket dimension known as the elemental planes. Or how about giant floating necromancer citadels that are piloted and commanded by lich creatures who worked alongside the interdimensional burning legion that invaded reality from the warp. You know what I mean? Like back in those good old days. The good old faction war days. You know what I mean? You know? Everything was better in the past, except, you know, slavery and heightened racism and women's rights or lack thereof. And, you know, apartheid and all those great things of the past. You know what I mean? We just have to go back to the halcyon days, you know? Where you wouldn't be judged for being a racist Christian nationalist. You know? Back in the good old days. You know what I'm saying? Like that's what everything should go back to. You know? Now you can't even say that children should be taught the Bible in schools without people glaring at you. Like, what even is that? I mean, what happened to religious freedom? Don't teach them about any other religious books, just that one. But what happened to religious freedom? They're oppressing me. They're oppressing us. Us. Sorry, I don't want to lump you into this joke. You know? Back in the good old days when it was like okay to own people. You know? That's the pinnacle. Sarcasm for anyone who's not picking up on it. Back in the good old days, dude, when World of Warcraft was about racism. Because there's no racism in World of Warcraft anymore, famously. Didn't you know? DF got rid of racism. Did you guys know that? There's been zero of it in Midnight. Not even a little bit. No racism. It's gone. They just wokeified this game with blue-haired lore writers. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying, dude? They ruined it. There's a side quest over here. What is this? Dust-covered hollow gem. A brief glint sparkling in the shadows catches your eye. As you pick up the object, you realize it's methamphetamine, sorry. The gem in its center flickers briefly, strange alien runes flashing across its surface. For a moment, you see a flickering recorded projection of a male Jedi mouthing silent words. Ymera will definitely be interested in this object. Strange alien runes. It's alien to me, huh? Maybe a different derivative of the Draenei language? Eridar language? I think we should teach the Bible in schools for the sake of sex education. Like Ezekiel 23:20. There she lusted after her lovers, whose genitals were like those of donkeys, in whose emission was like that of horses.
Take a moment for respite. Our enemies have not been broken yet.
What the fuck? They're not wrong, though. WoW is starting to go woke. They've been building to Azeroth, waking up for several expansions now. Indeed. Indeed. Just like me, for real, for real. This will fix the youth. This quest is rad. Sorry, I'm feeling slightly political today. I apologize. Sorry, my political agenda is showing. I apologize. My political agenda of treating women and minorities as though they are human beings is showing. Sorry. I'll work on that. I'll work on that. Don't want to oust myself as like a decent human being or something. Well, you know. How dare you? Beta! That fucking guy, dude. That fucking guy. Beta! It's the size of donkey genitals. Fucking Sokka scum. Fucking Sokka scum. Please stop speaking. I can literally feel my empathy growing disgustingly. What are you, a cuck now? No, man, if I was a cuck, I would enjoy watching everyone around me get utterly fucked by the government and the ruling class. I would enjoy that, wouldn't I? I guess I can't be a cuck. In fact, if you enjoy it, you might be the cuck. Sorry. My favorite's when they're like, yeah, these people hate America. Nope. We quite like America. Land of the free. Home of the brave. I think you fucking hate America. Anyway. How dare you care? Such ignorance. Racism is such a boring way to do conflict. They haven't learned how more progressive people hate each other because some asshole keeps bringing up Robert's Rules of Order at the meeting. Oh, goodness, dude.
We stand with the Alliance.
Vigilants are not eternal guardians. They require maintenance from anchorites and artificers, both of which have long been absent from this place. Oh, I'm gonna screenshot that. Nice first one's mask, by the way. All of the vigilants here except one have shut down, their construct cores depleted of the soul they once contained. The architect seeks to use it to create their soul lattice to power the null frame prototype. We will end this here and now.
May the light protect you.
He appears quite calm, his armor reflect with arcane smatterings of the ethereals he slew. What did you find? A cherished tribute left long ago by the loved ones of those interred within Vilaldun.
Arcanon Puros.
Talasan is silent for a moment as he examines the mementos you recovered. Alari asked you to recover these? And here I was assuming her investment in our mission was simply an excuse to slaughter ethereals. Thank you, Anshara.
I will see to it these mementos are laid to rest in a more secure location.
Destiny is ours to forge.
Though I cannot help but wonder how long have these Draenei been buried here? How many cycles have gone by since the small corner of Draenei civilization faded? Was it the Legion who awoke them into unrest years ago? Or did the Halhadar's plundering disturb them? All that matters now is that they return to their rest. The wards will ensure they are not disturbed again. It's also interesting that a Legion ship crashed here. Turns out the Draenei aren't the only ones who crash ships. I wonder if the Legion wasn't, if they tried to fly through the Veil or what. Why did the ship crash?
Light, guide us.
The architect leading their operation has found a single Vigilant with an intact construct core. The other Vigilants in this chamber appear to be depleted. If she succeeds in creating the Soul Lattice, it could have been an Eridar driving. That's true, because didn't they say that they worked with Legion defectors? And it could have been like someone who doesn't normally pilot a ship. Maybe they commandeered a ship, or stole one, or overthrew. Maybe there was a mutiny, and they overthrew the pilot, and then they like crash landed it because they didn't know how to fly it. Interesting. Yeah, I recall that. Aye, this be the most foul of mutinies. Some Eridar was just ghost rode the whip, while they knocked hooves through the stars. Don't forget the subspecies of Draenei on that other planet that are also living peacefully with demons. I'm not sure what you're referring to. I thought that was something that was recorded on this planet. Or maybe that was something I'd learned in Voidstorm, whichever it was. On one world, yeah, I made friends with the Minari and lived with the Sayad. The Nether Scent did, yeah.
We are made strong in the light.
I already read all of these Vigilant placards, so this isn't new to me. I came down here and explored and found this place way ahead of time. Soul Lattice fuse interrupted. Engaging hostile protocols. I grow tired of this interference. Rejoice in your hollow victory. The true key to the Null Frames lies within these Vigilants, and I will not be denied them. And he teleports them all away. Piece of shit. Augmented Soul Lattice. Pyro, have you seen the Zaxxas drop the new lore video? I actually watched it earlier. Forgotten Sword of Vilal Dun. Fragmented Soul Lattice. Although most of it is damaged, the crystalline core in the center frame flickers with a faint energy pulse.
One war ends, the next begins.
If the Halhadar succeed in forging a Soul Lattice, then they may possess the means to use our technology against us.
The light will not forget our
It is done, and yet...
Talasan trails off for a moment as he thinks, his brow furrowed.
The Soul Lattice may be broken, but there is something we are still missing. The Vigilants she took were vacant, their cores depleted of the souls that inhabited them. What true key did she seek if not their construct cores? Why would she take empty husks?
Remain vigilant.
Although she escaped, we have denied the architect her prototype. For now. The Soul Lattice is fractured, but the core within still hums with a faint energy. Perhaps this vigilant soul yet remains. If we hurry, perhaps Veran and her brother can help stabilize the damage to preserve it. I will regroup with Ymera and Alari and meet you back at camp.
Destiny is ours to forge.
Wasn't there something that's supposed to teleport me back to the base here? It's a toy. You're a toy. You're a toy. Light veil. You're a towel. One mentions a disease that killed some of them. Sure, makes sense on a fungal world like this.
Best keep your
Cryptic
weapons
departure.
ready.
I'm no expert on Halhadar's work, but even I can tell the damage here is significant. At this rate, the Vigilant Core won't remain intact for much longer. If Gifan and I can unravel the lattice carefully, maybe we can pry the core loose. If we're extra careful, perhaps we can preserve the lattice as well. I make no promises on Shira.
I will.
A Halhadar walks into a swamp.
Blade and spear.
You found this in the
ready
tomb?
to serve the
This is a hologem, a Draenei tool used for communication and storing information. It looks to be nearly depleted of its power. The Ethereals must have thought this to be some mere trinket. I will see if I can energize it and access the information within. Perhaps it will reveal more about those buried within Vilaldun.
Keep an eye out for anything you.
So does this unlock more stuff in the console? This unlocks the mount and the vendor?
I offer rare goods from distant realms.
Well, if it isn't my favorite little monster.
I don't think I've done enough. Now I can go now I can go back to the Magister's Terrace and finish my Omnium Folio though. The quest with the hologem has a continuation, but it was opened on the next day. Oh. So I have to wait, you think, until tomorrow? Yo, Oliho, thanks for the Twitch Prime sub, by the way. Halhadar. Halhadar. History of the Arcanon Puros. I think you're missing some achievement for the mount. Oh, for sure. Yeah, for sure, for sure. It's time gated based on when you finish it. Oh, okay. Is that how you unlock Val, or is there a separate quest that takes you there? Do you have to finish Nagtal before you can go to Val? Val rotates weekly. Oh, so it's not up this week. That sucks balls. What the fuck is that? To the Magister's Terrace. Val next week, Nagtal the week after. Rinse, repeat. Oh, it's one or the other.
I serve Silvermoon, the eternal sun.
Rumoth narrows his eyes at the swirling mode of magic you brought him before glancing at Umbric. I won't question how you possibly could have gotten your hands on such a foreign source of magic like this, but this is precisely what we'll need to continue our tests. Your role as Seeker has been indispensable to our efforts. In exchange, Umbric and I have laid the last of the runes we've set aside for you.
Be about your work.
Omnium Folio Studies.
The shadows serve us.
That it?
The light is not the only path.
I don't know what's best for Rhett. Probably Overload. Unleash Fire, Void Tainted Shell, Lingering, Masterful Cunning, Overload. Okay, there's no like, there's nothing else. That's just it. What the fuck? I thought they'd have some kind of like, I don't know, something interesting. There's like nothing. That sucks. We got a nice cantrip buff. Sure. Sure. Also, we didn't stream it because we are raiding on a Tuesday, but we killed Illyria, by the way. We killed Illyria on Tuesday. So we got our cutting edge Crown of the Cosmos, and today we're fighting Bellaran. Yeah. Although I'm going to be honest with you, I think I'm going to turn my stream off for raid. But it's a good 5 hours that I got in. So, yo, Lucas, thanks for the sub. Farside, thanks for the sub. Zoidfurk, thanks for the Twitch Prime sub. Appreciate it, guys. Thank you. There are weekly ritual side quests, too. Man, fuck that. Fuck all that. There's so many weeklies right now, dude. Game is full. It's nothing but weeklies. It's crazy. He went into details about Prague just to spite you, bro. I just want to see how my streams average and everything when I don't include the raid. If you turn it off, then I'm not watching. Well, sucks to suck. Yo, thank you guys for hanging out, honestly, for a dope stream. I appreciate it very much. Thanks for all the support, whether you watch on YouTube or Twitch. You guys just being here, watching, hanging out means the world to me. Thank you so much for doing that. Whether you just followed and lurked, whether you chatted, subbed, gifted subs, whatever it was, thank you so much for being here. I will be live again tomorrow, as usual. We'll talk more lore, we'll hang out, shoot the shit, and then I'll probably do the same thing. Raid tomorrow. Amazing video, Zaxxas. Honestly, dude, I mean it when I say it. It may very well be the best speculation video ever made. Like, it really is so fucking good. So you should be really proud of yourself, man. It's a really, really awesome video. And if you guys didn't see my reaction to it, I will probably upload that to YouTube eventually. I try to give people a little more time with their videos before I react to them generally, and put it on YouTube, you know, because I want to try to direct attention to the video rather than being like, oh, here's my reaction to it. But anyway, yeah, so yeah, I'll be back again tomorrow. Appreciate you very much. Stay awesome, and until next time, I hope to see you all again later. Peace!
I walked away and now it's fucking looping. See you guys.